All right. We should be live and we should have our audience up. We're going to be starting in just a moment. I hope everyone is well. Oh, God. Sorry, started just a moment late. Was getting everything ready for the show today. It is going to be quite interesting, I think. I think we'll all find it to be uh, quite the show. Quite the show. And with that, hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you today. It is September 25th of 2022. It is Sunday, which means it is our live stream where we get to speak with you. Good afternoon, and our first comment has already come in from Jan. Hello, Jan. Good to see you here with us. For those, if this is the first time that you are seeing the program, every Sunday at 2:30 p.m., we reach out to the world to hear what you have to say about the issues that are affecting everyone. And we ask you to call in to 607-242-1582 or to leave your comments on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, all of the social media that the internet overlords will allow, just like Jan has done, to tell us what you think about the issues that are affecting everyone. I know I'm competing with football, but I think even if you see this after your football games, after the matches of soccer, please feel free to leave comments. We always pay attention to it. And we're going to be talking about a lot of issues today that I think are very, very important. We're talking about what's going on in the world. And we're seeing Europe move to the right. We are seeing perhaps the end of progressivism. But yet at the same time, we're seeing individuals like Michael Moore who are telling us that the left has not given up. In fact, the left is delusional in their expectations of what they're going to see in 2020 in the midterm elections. We're going to talk a little bit about Afghanistan, the refugees here in the United States, as well as the Americans in Afghanistan. We're going to talk a little bit about what we see happening with North Dakota and the news media and their reluctance to even try to address what happened there. It is insane, it is crazy, and these things are important because they are affecting your life. They are affecting you directly. And I'm sorry if I sound a little bit out of breath. I just had to run back. I was taking care of something just before the show started and threw me a little bit off. But no problem. We're going to move forward and we're going to talk about all of these things because I do believe that they are very, very important. Bear with me. I'm doing a little bit of housekeeping, making sure that everyone knows that we are live and the show is up. So bear with me for just a moment here as I do that. And I'm going to start off. We like to start the program off talking about the international impact, then going to issues in the United States. But of course, also depending on how you feel about each and every one of these issues. Jan says, did you see where California is banning gas heaters, natural gas? I didn't see that, but I'm not surprised because that's what they do. That's been one of their big issues, is to punish people, to necessarily skyrocket the cost of energy. We heard this from President Obama. So I'm not surprised by that at all. But I am not aware of it. Now, one of the things I did want to start off with is looking at Europe. You may recall, it was just a few, last week, I believe, Sweden elected their right-wing form of government. And now we see that Italy today is now taking the same kinds of actions. And just 2 weeks ago, Chile rejected a progressive constitution. In fact, one of the most progressive constitutions that have ever existed in the world. What does this mean? Now, this is coming from The Guardian. And The Guardian is looking at this. This was from Reuters. Here we go. This is, nope. Oh, they hid it from me now. Sorry, I had the full story there. What we are seeing is that there is a backlash that is coming out across the world to say that the far left, the progressive ideology, it isn't working. It isn't effective. It hasn't helped anyone. In fact, it's caused more damage to many of the first world and second world nations across the globe. And the people do not want this. As much as we are seeing politicians and the news media, which is dominated by the far left, saying that this is the greatest thing ever, that they are promising more than they have ever promised before. They're promising to pay off your college loans. They're promising to send you checks for inflation. They're not talking about the fact that they're actually creating more inflation, that they are devastating national debt. And across the world, they're doing this. The economies of the world are falling apart. But yet we're being told this progressive ideal is going to work. We're told that defunding the police and hiring social workers, that this is the answer to our problems. And yet the problems get worse. There is more crime. There is more violence. There is more division in the world and in the United States than before any of these policies went in place. Jen mentions, I think the world is showing that they are sick of being told what to do. I think it's very true. I think you're right, Jan, that we are seeing across the world, people are looking at this and rejecting it. They are upset with the idea that a small group of elites are able to tell them how to micromanaging their lives, like we see here in the United States. Your healthcare, micromanaged by the government. Your education for your children, micromanaged by the government. Parents have nothing to say. Your rights, your autonomy to your own body does not matter. It's a very terrifying situation. And we're seeing that in Europe. We're starting to see a rejection of that. And it's important because Italy is part of the European Union. They're part of a conglomeration of states and nations that are supposedly speaking with one voice. And that voice said, open up your borders. There are no such thing as borders. Anyone can go anywhere. Kind of like the idea that we see here with Kamala Harris in our southern border in the United States. It's open. Everyone can come in. We hear this from the left all the time. It's a human right to be able to go anywhere you want to. The indigenous people actually own America. Anyone should be able to come into America as they will, except it's been destroying nations. It's been destroying Sweden and Italy and the United Kingdom as well. And we're seeing a backlash to this. We're seeing these people say, no, that's too far. We can't just do this. Users Been Banned has joined us, and hello, it's good to see you, and says, California could make a wood gas burner. Yeah, there are some solutions, but why are we being forced to have to do this, to spend the money, to redesign our lives? Because we're being told that the far left, a small group of elites, can micromanage our lives. And I think it's very important because this insanity of the far left has not made the world safer. I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. North Korea just fired, I believe it is the 16th ballistic missile towards our ally, Japan, threatening South Korea and Japan and Taiwan. This is crazy. And we need to pay attention to this. Again, this is from The Guardian. And they're mentioning North Korea. They fired another one. Why? Because Kamala Harris is about to go to South Korea. Because North Korea just got promised $6 billion by Joe Biden at the UN. Because North Korea wants to be a player and they are the proxy for China. And this is important because as much as we have heard from the left that, we just need open borders, as much as we have heard Joe Biden is a master tactician and a brilliant diplomat, knows all of the leaders of the world, didn't help Ukraine, didn't help Taiwan, it's not helping South Korea. In fact, that's one of the reasons why President Yoon of South Korea was saying when Biden was in the UN, he literally said that our Congress, led by Democrats, are idiots. In fact, he used vulgarities, not even something as gentle as idiots, and cursed them out and said that Joe Biden is weak that the United States can't afford to do this and cannot continue to just give money around the world and expect things to work out. Now, it may be that President Yoon remembers the last time that Kamala Harris was in South Korea. A year ago, she went over to South Korea, avoiding the United States southern border and the immigration crisis that has only grown since that time. She was trying to avoid that. And so she went overseas to talk to South Korea because North Korea won't talk to the Biden-Harris administration. They don't respect them. They don't value them. And she went over there to make a statement, to try and bring the Southeast Asian region a little more closely aligned to the United States. And when she did that, she wiped her hand after shaking the hand of then President Moon. And she insulted President Moon, our ally. She insulted the South Korean people, our ally. She insulted individuals around the world that happen to be Korean or Asian, saying that they were somehow dirty by wiping her hand. It was a massive international incident covered by all the international news media, not so much by the United States. And so President Yoon, the new president of South Korea, remembers that. He doesn't have any faith in the United States, in the Biden-Harris administration, in Kamala Harris. And knowing that weakness, that fracture with our ally, a deep and long-lasting ally in South Korea, well, North Korea has taken the opportunity to go out and say, hey, they're firing off another ballistic missile, threatening Japan, threatening South Korea, showing the world how weak the Biden-Harris administration is and showing how strong China and North Korea are, threatening Taiwan and destabilizing the world. This is what we are getting from the left. And this is a big deal because you're really not hearing about that here in the United States. There are very few news media channels that are actually telling you there have been 16 missiles fired, hypersonic missiles fired by North Korea. Something that we cannot knock down, that we do not have preparations for. And we know that North Korea is a nuclear power. This is a threat to the United States national security. And what is the Biden-Harris administration doing? They're not even talking about it. They won't even tell you that it is happening. That's insane. Users Van says, think they'll get to 24 test fires by December? It seems like they're trying to get 2 a month. They've been going at it all year long, and they've been doing that in conjunction with the United States failed with Ukraine, failed with Russia, failed in our international diplomacy. We failed in Afghanistan. There is no other way to word that. There is no other way to remember that. And so they know that we are weak. This is the perfect time for them to negotiate. In fact, they know that with Iran, the United States is so weak that we are giving away all the sanctions. We are giving money. We are emboldening Iran. That is a fact. It's not a question. And it's being done on purpose. In case you may be wondering about that, let me show you the evidence. The State Department has made calculations. The Biden-Harris administration is throwing the women who are right now protesting in Iran under a bus. This is exactly the same thing that the Green Movement under the Obama administration. There was a riot. There were riots and protests in Iran in 2012, which is called the Green Movement in Iran, trying to bring in democracy into Iran. And the Obama administration threw them under a bus and just let Iran stomp on those people, kill those people, remove those people. Well, now we have even more of a hardline government in Iran under President Raisi. And right now, people are protesting. The women are protesting for their rights because of the unwarranted death of a young woman, 22. And the United States State Department decided that it's more important to get the Iran nuclear deal reinstated for the historical fact and to be able to show a win for the Biden-Harris administration on international policy, that is more important than the human rights issue. That's terrifying. I believe the quote is, we've been focused to do everything we can do to permanently and verifiably see to it that Iran is never able to acquire nuclear weapons. This is from State Department spokesman Ned Price. That's a commitment that Biden has made, and it's a calculation that not only the State Department has made, but the international community and our own intelligence community has determined, at least for now, the Iran nuclear deal is the most effective means by which to permanently and verifiably assure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. They don't care about the human rights issue. They don't care that women are being killed. Remember, this is the far left. These are the progressives. They believe women's rights are more important than anything else. Remember when they were screaming about women's rights when Joe Biden ran away from the Taliban, ran away from Afghanistan, and they were screaming, but the women, they won't be able to go to school anymore. They won't be able to work anymore. They won't be able to drive cars anymore because the Taliban doesn't believe in that. But that news story also had to do with how many Americans are still in Afghanistan. And because we still don't know how many Americans are in Afghanistan, the story was killed. You don't hear about it anymore. When was the last time you heard any far-left feminist women's group mention anything about Afghanistan? They don't. They won't talk about it anymore. Why won't they talk about it anymore? Because it's a non-issue, because they don't care. They will talk, they'll tweet about it from time to time when it will get them votes, when it will get them donations. But when it actually comes to living by their principles, to actually do something, to try and force action, well, no, they don't care. If you think I am wrong, anyone, if you think I am wrong about this, that I am misunderstanding it, fantastic. Call them to 607-242-1582, or you can leave a comment like user has been, like Jan. You can tell us what you think, because I think it's pretty explicit. And the examples are here. And we know this is happening because, again, I just showed you what the State Department had to say. They don't care about the human rights. That's not their priority. They want the historic win. They want to restore the claim to fame of the Obama administration that there is a nuclear deal that literally funded global terrorism and endangered lives around the world. That's not me with conjecture. That's not just my idea. That's exactly what we heard from then Secretary of State John Kerry, January of 2016 on CNBC, as we have shown many times on this program. That's what he said. Those were his thoughts. He guaranteed that the United States, in giving hundreds of billions of dollars to Iran, funded global terror. And the Biden-Harris administration need a win, even if it's not real, and they need to impress upon Democrats that the Obama legacy is still intact. So they want this deal, even if it means that women are going to be suffering in Iran, because feminism isn't as important as looking like they have a success. Let me get back to some of the comments here. It's funny, user has been banned says, it's funny how they scream about respecting culture while they go around the world disrespecting the cultures around the world. And that's what we're seeing. The women in Iran don't matter. The women in Afghanistan don't matter. What matters is looking like they've done something so that you will vote for them, keep them in power, and donate to their causes, giving them money. This is part of the reason, I believe, and we know for a fact, it's one of the reasons why Italy is voting in a right-wing a government, that they are taking a far more right-leaning point of view because they want to close their border. It's one of the preeminent things that they were running on in this election in Italy, which is happening today as we speak. They were voting on this because they want to close the borders. They don't want open borders because they're getting the people from the Middle East and other parts of the world that don't believe in women's rights, that don't believe in freedom of speech, that don't believe in the freedom of religion. They don't want that in their nation. I can't really blame them for that. I don't blame Sweden for saying that. Look at what they are dealing with. And it's not like there aren't Americans who aren't trying to fight against this. And I'm going to get to the other comments in a second. But we know for a fact that the Solidify Iran Sanctions Act, which was put out by Republican Michelle Steele, that was on September 15th. In fact, this bill, which just came out, which says, no, the sanctions will not be removed from Iran, that we are not going to just give them money so that they can do this historic deal and make Biden look good and endanger the world to go back to Iran, the world leader in global terrorism, that we're not going to continue to fund that global terrorism. This actually came out by Senator Tim Scott. He actually said this a month ago. It was August 2nd that he put this through. Where was the news media telling you about that? Where was the news media telling you that Senator Tim Scott was trying to protect you from global terror? Where is the news media that's telling you right now that there is Michelle Steele and 21 other members of Congress that are saying we cannot just give money and lift the sanctions on Iran because global terror will be increased? It's a very simple thing. Excuse me. But that's not what we're hearing from the Biden-Harris administration. That's not what we're hearing from the news media. They want open borders. They want to fund global terror because they think it makes them look good. They think that this is a benefit, that this is a good thing for them, that they're going to win. I'm going to, and if you think I'm overblowing that, if you think that the far left have a different point of view, that they see things different than what I'm explaining, I'm going to play in shortly a comment from Michael Moore on Bill Maher's show last night. And I'm going to let you hear what he thinks about where America is going. And this is directly why we heard Joe Biden in Philadelphia give the speech that he did, the Reichstag speech as I like to refer to it, and why we saw in North Dakota the actions that happened there. I'm going to come through all of that. Jan mentions that this is going along with surrendering Afghanistan to the Taliban. Women are again being persecuted, and they are, Jan. And the atrocities in China with the Uyghurs. They're there. I mean, this is affecting the world. This progressive left ideology, which is why we are starting to see the world make a change. And hopefully we can see that in America as well. But remember, everyone who's making this change, they are being demonized for actually suggesting this. They are demonized about this. Let me show you. Again, going back to The Guardian, they're holding their breath. That's the kind of wording that they want to use, that it's the most radical government since Mussolini. Really? Really, they want to use a 1940s World War II reference here? That they are going to make it seem like that the brown shirts are back? Because the left has no problem over-exaggerating any situation that doesn't fall in line with exactly what they want it to be. Now, if you say that Joe Biden in Philadelphia was like listening to the Reichstag speech in 1939. Oh, no, that's an exaggeration. You're blowing it out the water. That's not nearly true. But yet, we hear the same left say, oh, Italy is going to vote for the right? Well, that's like Mussolini coming back. No, they just want to close their border. They don't want to spend money forever that they don't have that is creating inflation. Are these terrible things to say no to? Is this too much to ask for? Because it really, really shouldn't be. But instead, we're getting so many rhinos, as we describe them in the United States, these false Republicans around the world. Like in Britain, we see that Britain decided, hey, here's a neat idea. Let's be more like the progressive left. We're going to cut taxes and we're going to, what did they do? And spend more money. They're spending more money. And you know what? Everyone in the world said, you're destroying your country. The United Kingdom is destroying their economy in a recession, and it will only make the recession deeper and longer, which is why we now see that the pound is at a 37-year low versus the dollar. Why does that matter to you if you're an American? Why do you care? If you're somewhere else in the world, why do you care? Because England is one of the major economies of the world. If they are going into a deeper, longer recession, guess what? So's the rest of the world, especially the United States. We're going to see a deeper, longer, and this is a warning shot that spending more money, just spending money, billions and billions and trillions on top of the trillions that we have already spent, is not going to make the economy better. It's not going to help poor people. Writing checks because inflation is high only creates more inflation. It doesn't remove it. This is pretty straightforward economics 101. England, under Liz Truss, doesn't seem to understand that. But Liz Truss is more worried about virtue signaling. She needs an all-woman staff. Because they're the best? No, because they're women. And she has to look like she's progressive. So she needs an all-woman staff, even if they aren't the best people to run in the United Kingdom's government. And that's why we see that same government is now decided, let's spend more money. And the rest of the world said, no. And here in the United States, what do we have? The same ideology going on with the Biden-Harris administration, with Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer. Just spend more money. We've heard it from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. We've heard it from Andrew Yang. Just print money. It doesn't matter. And where is inflation right now? How high is inflation going? And if you're wondering how high inflation will get in the United States, just remember, we're currently at 3%. The Fed chair, Powell, has said that by the end of this year, 2022, interest rates will be 4.5%. 4.5%. That's another 1.5. That means your mortgages are going up. It means your car loans are going up. It means your credit cards and your credit card debt is going up. It means your dollar is going to buy less and less. It means that we are going to see unemployment grow. It's going to be larger and more. We're going to see more homes in foreclosure. We're going to see more loans fail. We're going to see more businesses close. That's what we're talking about here. That's what we are seeing from England in spending more debt, in ignoring the fact that they are in a recession that they know will be at least 18%. In the United States, at least 15%. They don't care. This is how it affects you. This is how it's affecting the world. And the news media isn't being honest. How many of these stories have I had to go internationally to see what's going on? Because the mainstream media doesn't want to tell you. Mike Bowie's joined us. He says, how much of that money they keep printing is going into their own pockets? Well, that's a good question. We know there's a lot of corruption that's been going on. We know that corruption has taken many places. I mean, look at BLM. Patrice Colors and the leaders of BLM, they bought what? 6 mansions, not homes, mansions. They spent millions, over $7 million. What? Sean King, he spent $40,000 from donations that they received to buy a dog. Sean King bought a dog for $40,000 on BLM donations, and he hasn't helped anyone who's black. He hasn't helped anyone who's low income. He's living a great life. He's making 6 figures for himself. He's buying $40,000 dogs, but poor people aren't being helped. He hasn't done anything to help anyone. In fact, we're going to get to what they have done, which is even worse. But when we're speaking about the corruption, Mike, I want you to remember that this corruption it's not just in money. Look at this. The Attorney General of New Hampshire had to order the Democratic Party of New Hampshire to cease and desist on the absentee ballot mailings. This is from WMUR, which is news out of New Hampshire. They have bad ballots that have been sent out. These are illegal ballots, according to the news media. And this is crazy because they're still sending them out. They're still mailing out bad ballots to the public because it's in their advantage, because it's to their best interest. That's a problem. That is a massive problem that we are seeing. And we're being told, no, but there is no problems. These are the most secure elections that have ever existed. Mailing ballots is the most secure way to put in a ballot. There is no question about this, besides the fact that Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, that they have had courts that have overturned this and said, you can't do that. It's not legal. It's unconstitutional. Besides the fact that we now have New Hampshire saying, cease and desist. You're sending out bad ballots. You are nullifying votes and you are corrupting the voting system. That's not me saying that. That is the news coming out of New Hampshire from WMUR, their news organization. This is the left-leaning media, and they're not telling you the truth. You don't hear about that anywhere else in the world. I'm going to get back to the comments. Jen mentions that the feds have come out and said they want to increase unemployment. Well, to be clear, the Federal Reserve is looking at they have to increase interest rates to slow down demand, to make things so expensive that you won't buy them. Now, as a consequence of you not buying stuff because it's so expensive, companies will make less stuff. They will have less services. And therefore, you'll see more unemployment as a natural consequence of that. But then inflation will go down. That's the process. They're trying to make this happen slowly so it doesn't hurt you, except we're already at 9% officially at 8.5% inflation. Unofficially, when you go out to the store, you see that you buy milk, eggs, meat, clothing. You're spending 25, 35. I've heard some people in the United States have told me 45% more on their monthly bills than they were paying in January of 2022, let alone 2021. So, yeah, we're going to see more unemployment. And we're seeing this around the world. Let me go on. Dow says, you just had a fire on your street? Everyone is okay. The surrounding neighborhood buildings, status of the people in the house seems stable. There's no casualties. Okay, I'm glad that everyone's safe, Dow. Personal safety takes priority over everything. Thank you for letting me know, and I hope everyone will be okay. If anything changes with that, please let us know, and we'll let people know here. It's the whole back of 2 houses are down. Some trees are ignited and burned. Fire trucks were on the scene and hosing everything down in about 10 minutes. It's good to see that some things have not been destroyed in this push to make the left, to make America more progressive. Thank God. I'm happy to hear everyone's okay. Dow, be safe. Make sure your family is safe too. That is the most important thing. But like I said, okay. Obviously, we are concerned about individuals' health more than anything else. When we hear about things like fires, I pray for the people who are involved. I know how devastating that can be to anyone's life, and we wish them only the best. Scary. But I'm talking about going back to what we're seeing with the most secure elections that we have ever heard of, that Democrats are telling us must require mail-in ballots, that many Democratic states have said is unconstitutional, even as we see that there are errors that are being made that are nullifying votes in New Hampshire, as is being reported, except very quietly, very locally. News media doesn't want to tell you these things. It's just like when the news media doesn't want to tell you about what's going on with the red flag laws. You see, in Bend, Oregon, they are celebrating the red flag laws. They're cheering this. This is in their news, September 22nd. This is coming from KTVZ.com, channel 21, out of Bend, Oregon, that they are making the most of the red flag laws in the state, that they are denying the most people in Bend, Oregon. They're denying Americans their Second Amendment rights without a single crime, without any accusation of a crime, without any due process. And they're celebrating that they have done this more than anyone else in Oregon. You notice they didn't make this national news. You would think that this kind of gun control, that what the far left calls gun control, that this would be celebrated, that this would be national news, that look at this, Bend is doing it. They're using red flag laws and taking away the guns by taking away people's rights, their Second Amendment right, their Fourth Amendment right, their Eighth Amendment right. They're denying them due process, their Ninth Amendment right. Yeah. And by the way, according to and this is another bonus, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act is spending $1.4 trillion of money we don't have, money that is increasing inflation, to pay Bend, Oregon for taking away more of American citizens' rights and property than anywhere else in Oregon. That's what they're celebrating. They're getting paid. The government, the city government and local government of Bend, Oregon is getting paid. They have been incentivized to take away your rights and your property and your children, which is a natural consequence of the red flag laws. Even lawmakers who have voted for red flag laws admit and have admitted on this program that's what red flag laws do. And now they are incentivized and they are getting paid, just like we see in Illinois, who did the same thing. The state of Illinois, 30% of the people that they did a compliance check with wound up having a set red flag action put against them. They lost their rights. They lost their freedoms. New York City is looking to do compliance checks and knock on every single door of everyone who owns a firearm and their neighbors. You think that might disturb a few people, might make some people who are nervous about the police, people who don't trust law authorities, that they don't trust the government that has failed. You think that might make them a little bit nervous? And in Bend, Oregon, they're doing it and they're celebrating. Celebrating taking away your rights, your freedoms, everything. Does that sound good to anyone? I know that Dow said red flag legislation is evil, and I absolutely agree with that. Users have been banned says red flag laws sound like reporting neighbors for wrongthink. This sounds more palatable to liberals as it's a quote, danger and safety. It is literally when you can have virtually anyone just walk into a judge and say, hey, this person's a danger. No proof, no accusation, no crime, no investigation. And they just go, okay, and take their stuff. Yeah, that is like telling people you have wrongthink. You own a gun. I mean, we've heard this from Kamala Harris, who said that if she ever makes it to the top seat in the White House, that she is going to implement executive orders to force Americans to lose their Second Amendment rights. She's already said that. She said that in 2019 when she was running for the Democratic ticket for the 2020 election. She admitted that she was going to usurp the power of Congress to take away Second Amendment rights from American citizens. We know that Beto O'Rourke, the fake Hispanic, the Irishman, Irish American, who has appropriated the Hispanic culture, Beto O'Rourke, Robert O'Rourke, has said many times that he wants to take away your AR-15s, he wants to take away your AK-47s, he wants to take away your semi-automatic rifles because he doesn't like them. And because he wants to micromanage the government and he wants to rule with an iron fist, you lose your rights. Because he doesn't like it, you don't have those Second Amendment rights, you don't have your property rights, you lose. And we hear Democrats saying this all the time. In Delaware, just last month, they put in a gun ban that makes no sense. Some guns, they have guns in there like the Ruger Mini 14. If you have a Ruger Mini 14 semi-automatic rifle with a wood stock in Delaware, perfectly legal. If you have that same firearm, a Ruger Mini 14 with a metal stock, that's a crime. That's banned in Delaware. It's the same firearm. It fires the same bullets at the same rate. It is exactly the same. The difference is a cosmetic wooden stock versus a cosmetic metal stock. And if you have the wrong stock, well, then you have wrongthink and you are going to be punished by the state of Delaware. There is no difference between that than what we're seeing in Bend, Oregon, as they celebrate taking away people's Second Amendment rights because the state is getting paid for it. That's just as much evil and a problem as what we are seeing in Delaware, as we are seeing in all the states with red flag laws. Now, if you think I am wrong, and I have reported and I have provided links to everything that we're speaking about over many shows, and at the end of this show, we will have links to everything that we are showing you so that you can read this for yourself, so that you can see the information for yourself. Because I don't want you to just blindly believe me. I'm not a progressive. Just because I'm black doesn't mean I must be right. It doesn't mean that you cannot comment. I don't believe in that. I believe you're an American individual, regardless of what color of skin you have, what sexual preference you may have, whatever gender you may have. I don't care if you call yourself a toaster. I could care less. You're an American citizen, and you have rights. I believe in that. And that one of those rights is freedom of speech. So if you disagree, let us know. I'm happy to hear those disagreements. Show me why I'm wrong. I'm happy to hear that. But I am terrified right now. And don't worry, folks. We are coming to, 1 second. We're coming to Michael Moore and Bill Maher. Give me a second. Just to give you a kind of idea of where we're going here, we are coming to Michael Moore being on the Bill Maher show. We're coming up to the Afghan refugees in America and in New York. and what's been happening with that. We're going to be coming to what's going on in the North Dakota teen murder. Excuse me. Typo there. So this is terrifying stuff. And Dow's mentioning, we're seeing all of this come together, and Dow mentions Aldi's, which is a grocery store chain in the southern tier of New York, is a local store, and they are short on basic supplies, flour, sugar. For months, they are missing saltines, saltine crackers. They're just disappearing. And the price went from 79 cents to $1.49 per box. That's a box of 4 sleeves of saltine crackers. Crackers have virtually doubled their price. Meanwhile, you're told, inflation, it's not a problem. We've got this down. By the way, we're just going to spend more money. Yeah. Oh, you can't afford saltine crackers. Saltine crackers. They're too expensive now? No problem. We will spend more money that doesn't exist to give you a check so that you can go out and buy those saltine crackers, which will increase the amount of inflation in the nation and will raise up the price again. It is stagflation, Dow. It is. And thank you for making us aware of this, because we're being told this isn't happening. You just don't understand. The economy is great. You just don't understand. We've heard that from the press secretary, Jean-Pierre. We've heard that from Joe Biden. We've heard it from Kamala Harris, from Adam Schiff, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, AOC. They've all told us, you just don't understand. The economy's doing great. You know, it's doing great for those people who are making 6-figure incomes, $250,000 apiece. They don't pay taxes, and it's your money, so they don't care. But everyone else, well, that's something else altogether. And you know, it's amazing because we are in a dangerous period. I want people to remember, after the 2022 midterm elections, it's not over. There is going to be a lame duck session. We are going to see the left. If it is correct that there is a red wave in the United States, like we are starting to see in Chile, in Italy, in Sweden, sweeping the world. If there is a movement towards conservatism, then we have to watch out, because in the lame duck session, that's from the November election to January, the next session of Congress, we are going to see people just like Representative Chris Jacobs. Chris Jacobs is a New York representative. He's supposed to be a Republican, and this supposed Republican, a defender of your rights, of individuals above government, small government, that's what he's supposed to believe, wants to put out a law to stop you from being able, he wants to put in the Federal Assault Weapons Licensing Act, that you cannot own a semi-automatic rifle unless the government gives you an approval. You have to get a special license to be able to get a hunting rifle. That's what he wants to do. And he knows he's not going to be reelected. He's out. He's not going to be reelected. He's not going to be around in 2023. He has no more government position January 2023. And in the time that he has left, regardless of what the election shows us, he wants to take away your rights. Having red flags in New York, 1,409 confirmed red flag actions in New York that have not stopped crime, that have not stopped suicide, that have not made it safe for you or me, that have only punished American citizens for exercising their rights. That's not enough for Chris Jacobs. It's not enough that appointed Governor Kathy Hochul decided that she wanted to circumvent the Supreme Court, that she wanted to steal American citizens' rights by declaring virtually every spot in New York State a safe harbor and deny you the right to defend yourself just like these same Democrats decided that having a bulletproof vest is somehow dangerous. To protect yourself passively is a danger and illegal in New York State. And Chris Jacobs said that isn't enough, that you need even more government micromanaging your life. The government must take away even more of your ability to defend yourself and your property. Because he's a lame duck, because he's not getting reelected, because he's not getting more money, because he is out of politics. And so he decides that he wants to take away your rights. And he decided that on September 20th. September 20th. You are not safe just because, even if there is a red wave, you will not necessarily be safe. Because they will still, these Democrats that have been in charge, these rhinos like Liz Cheney, like Chris Jacobs, like Katko, Representative Katko, John Katko, they're still voting to take away your rights. And they're going to go into overdrive. You think they've spent a lot of money? Wait until November. Wait until they officially, and I promise you, probably about 10 days after the election, regardless of whether Democrats win or lose, no matter who takes over, we're going to see about 10 days after the November election that the government is officially going to announce that we are in a recession. They're officially going to say that the transitory inflation, remember that from Janet Yellen? Transitory inflation. Well, that's over. And it is sad to say, oops, spending all this money that we don't have, taking away the ability for the United States to be independent energy, to produce our own energy, to be an exporter of energy, taking away those rights. Well, oops, we necessarily skyrocketed the cost of energy and electricity, and it happened to crash the economy. We're in a recession. Don't worry, it won't be that bad. It won't last that long. The Fed chairman says it's going to last until 2024, just in time for the next election. That's when we're going to see, according to the Fed chairman, if everything goes perfect, if everything goes exactly like he thinks it will, that we will see inflation drop to 2%, 2.4% in 2024, just in time for the next election. And if you believe him, you also believe that inflation is transitory and we're not in inflation right now, and saltine crackers cost $1.50 because they're the greatest thing you've ever had. Because that's like gold. Seriously, folks. Hey, Ricky Padgett's with us. Good to see you here, Ricky, and I hope that your show is going well. He also has a show. Let me get back to some of the comments here. So, we know that Mike Bowie mentions Venezuela is emptying their prisons and sending them across our borders. Why is that a surprise? Of course they are. So did Cuba. They empty out their prisons on a regular basis. It's an open border. It's not like someone's stopping to do a background check on any of these people. Send them across. Jan mentions that the EPA has unveiled new environmental justice office. This is terrifying, folks. If you have to put a word before justice, an adjective before justice, an adverb before justice, then you're not talking about justice. You're talking about political bias. That is a fact. Environmental justice is not justice. It is a political bias to get progressive ideas in where they would otherwise never exist. User has been banned says, I think they want a lame duck session so when things continue on course, Democrats can say they see nothing got better when you voted Republican, vote Democrat and we'll make it better. Well, yes. The lame duck session is the perfect opportunity for Democrats to spend as much as they want to waste money on all these fantasies that they have that are supposed to make your life better, like defunding the police. And they'll push that forward so that when everything falls apart, well, the guys who are in charge in January, it's the Republicans. See, they made it worse. Don't worry about 3 months before we passed a bunch of legislation that made it worse, and these guys are just standing there after the fact. No, it's the Republicans' fault. Just like everything that's happening today, if you listen to CNBC, MSNBC, if you listen to CNN, you listen to New York Times, the far left, they will tell you that everything that's happening right now is because of Donald Trump. That's right. Donald Trump is the cause of every problem in America at this moment. Donald Trump hasn't been president for 19 months. Donald Trump has no influence over our government. He's not passing any laws. He's not in any elected office anywhere in the United States. But everything is his fault because we have an open border, because we're no longer energy independent, because we're spending money we don't have, because the rest of the world doesn't respect Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. Yeah, but that's all Donald Trump's fault. Somehow. It's amazing. Dow says that the National Firearms Act of 1934 needs to be abolished. Parts of it, yes. I would agree with parts of that. Parts of, like the sawed-off shotguns, no, I think that's still valid. But most of the National Firearms Act, yeah, I'd be in favor of that. Ricky Paget mentioned that Chris Jacobs, a rhino, is a wolf in sheep's clothing. And that's why I say it's important, folks. Let me go back to this. It is important when you vote, it is absolutely important that you make sure you pick the right person. Chris Jacobs said he was a Republican. I'm a Republican. I'm here to help you. I want a smaller government, less spending. I'm here to help you. And Chris Jacobs, the second that he no longer is going to maintain power, decides to turn around and show his true self and say, oh yeah, that Second Amendment, you don't deserve it. Oh yeah, you can't affect him anymore with your votes. Your donations no longer go to him. So he doesn't care anymore. And when he doesn't care, and when it doesn't matter, he's not going to be held accountable, his answer is, well, let's strip away American rights. That's the worst kind of person. Let me continue. Dow says, bet you if things continue down this path, you'll need some sort of expensive permit just to purchase propellant for reloading or black powder in terms of guns. That if we continue down this path, well, no, I don't think that's what's going to happen, Dow. Instead, what we're going to see is what we are seeing proposed by Representative Jackson Lee, which is that you need a license to be able to buy ammunition. What we're going to see is what we see in California, where they have made it, you have to have an insurance policy to own a firearm. And that insurance policy is so expensive that only the rich will be able to afford it. That we're going to see more and more rich people do what Representative Cori Bush has done in Minnesota. She has a $70,000 a year team of private security. They're armed with firearms. They have the weapons you can't have. They have body armor that is illegal to have. They have that, but you don't get it because you don't have $70,000 to have a private security team. Sucks for you. And you don't have the ability to pay for an insurance policy on owning a firearm. You just can't afford it. This is how they take away your rights and your freedoms without actively doing so. We didn't do anything. You can still get a gun if you could afford the insurance, if you can afford the license to get bullets, if you can afford everything that's associated with this, because we have all of the regulations in front of you. You don't have the time or the money for this, but if you can try. They're not stopping you. This is exactly what they did with the Jim Crow laws and for voting. It's the exact same thing. Oh yes, you can go and vote if you can read this paragraph. if you can do this math problem, if you can do it in 30 seconds, 30 seconds, and as long as you can do that, you can vote. No one's stopping you from voting. You just have to pay the fee to vote. You just have to hit this hurdle that no one can possibly hit. Yeah, you just got to do that. You just got to do the impossible. And as long as you do the impossible, no problems. Your rights are right there. We'll let you do it. That's how they get away with it. This is Jim Crow kind of actions when it comes to the Second Amendment. And let me pause again to say, if you disagree, I am going through the comments. I'm going to try and catch up again. But if you ever disagree with anything that we have to say, you can call into this program at any time, dialing 607-242-1582. I just checked my phone lines to make sure that that's on and ready for you. And you can call in from anywhere in the world. If you disagree, tell me. If you want to talk about this, call in. Now, let me continue with some of the comments here. Little Dipper is with us. Good afternoon, Little Dipper. Sorry it took me a moment to catch up to you. I'm glad to see you're with us. Use has been banned. Let's see. So I think I caught up to most of the comments. So I do welcome Ricky and Little Dipper. Glad to have you both with us. And it's not, when I'm talking about the Second Amendment, I want you to understand, this is on top of the fact that judges know that what's being done is illegal. It is unconstitutional. According to Syracuse.com, there is a judge, and his name is Glenn Suddaby. I think he got his last name right. Glenn Suddaby, he was waiting. The only reason why he did not strike down the New York State actions by appointed Governor Kathy Hochul through her emergency power. By the way, let me repeat this. The only reason why New York has a ridiculous anti-Second Amendment law in place to make you jump through hoops like Jim Crow, the only reason we have that right now is Kathy Hochul still has emergency powers that were for the pandemic that Joe Biden has said is no longer a problem. The pandemic is over, according to Joe Biden. According to the CDC and the restrictions and the mandates, they're all gone. But in New York State and in California and in Michigan, so Governors Newsom and Whitmer, and here in New York, and I believe in Pennsylvania with Governor Wolf, you still have governors that have emergency powers for a pandemic that everyone recognizes is over. It's over. Not to say people aren't dying, not to say people don't get the pandemic. They do. They also get the flu. They get measles. They get mumps. They get polio. They get monkeypox. Life continues. But they have emergency powers that they will never give up. They have yet to give them up, even though the crisis has long ago passed. And so, with those emergency powers, Kathy Hochul, the appointed governor, with Antonio Delgado, a former congressman who abandoned his district so that he could run as lieutenant governor, they have put in this law, this legislation that is Jim Crow Second Amendment punishment. And knowing that, District Judge Glenn Suddaby said he didn't want to strike down the law last month because it was too soon. In August, the law hadn't come into effect. No one was affected. Well, it exists now, and it is affecting people in Onondaga, Albany, Oswego, Greene, Schenectady. It is affecting people now. And he, as well as 3 other judges, are looking to strike down this unconstitutional law. I wish that would be the end of it, but New York State is planning to appeal. They know that this is going to be struck down. They know it's unconstitutional to say, oh, you want to own a firearm, which is a Second Amendment basic right of every American in America. Well, give us your 3 years of your internet history to violate your privacy so that some clerk, some bureaucrat can go through every tweet, every message, every Facebook post, everything that you ever looked at or liked, so they can decide whether they think you deserve to own a firearm. Women, I want women to think about this. So for the women, when I say this is like Jim Crow, think of it like this. If you're a woman and you want to get a firearm to protect yourself against men who may want to sexually assault you, which is a concern many women have. That's why 40% of all new gun owners have been women. Black women in particular, but women. So if that is a concern of yours, as we see crime continuing to increase and you want to protect yourself, New York State has said that you have to let this bureaucrat, nameless bureaucrats, to run through all of your social media. That would include dating apps. That would include any tweets you made to your girlfriends complaining about your boyfriend or your husband or your girlfriend. Yeah. All of your private information, those private chats you had, whether you're gay, straight, bisexual, doesn't matter. All of that information, some bureaucrat's going to read through every single line of it. They're going to look through your life and every complaint and every question and every comment to decide whether you get to protect yourself from some criminal who may want to sexually assault you, as we are seeing sexual assaults increase in New York State and across the country. As we are seeing domestic abuse increase for the 3rd year in a row. Does that sound like that's looking out for your best interest? Or does it sound like it's Jim Crow preventing you from being able to exercise your rights? If you think I'm wrong, just speak up, folks. Tell me why. I wanted to get to, and I want you to get an example of this, okay? We know this is the case. We know this is the case because here's CNN. Now, I'm going to come right back to this image, but I want you to see CNN on September 25th, today, put out this article. Once named Murderopolis, the city that became the center of the Defund the Police movement, is grappling with heightened violent crime. This is according to CNN. It is so bad they can't hide it anymore. According to CNN, they have gone through over and over again, and we have seen that because Minneapolis, with Representative Cori Bush, because they have tried to defund the police, that the public did not want, that blacks in Minneapolis did not want, overwhelmingly, 62% voted against defunding the police. The result, when the progressives defunded the police, is that we have seen that that the 911 call response rate went from about 10 minutes, which may or may not be bad, okay, to 16 minutes. And in black neighborhoods, it went to 17 minutes. That is an increase of 60%. That's 60% more time that there is no one there to help protect you. This is coming from CNN themselves, telling you that the progressive ideology has failed. It has failed black people. It has failed Americans. It has dramatically failed everyone. And they go on in speaking about this, and I want to show you in this article. So they were speaking to a city council member, and I'm quoting here from CNN. It's well established that those widely viewed events, the riots in Minneapolis, boosted a movement in Minneapolis that would later fail at the polls last November 2021. Lesser known is how the very community most directly impacted by crime and policing in the city, the north side of Minneapolis, was among the least supportive of the defund the police idea. Quote, I think what's at issue is the white progressives' belief that they are helping us, said Lisa Clemens, a former Minneapolis police officer who is black and runs a gun violence organization called A Mother's Love in North Minneapolis. Quote, oftentimes they are hurting us. Clemens said in North Minneapolis, Clemens said people in North Minneapolis don't want to get rid of the cops. Quote, they just want respectful cops. Is this so hard to figure out? And yet, how long has it been that we have heard from the left, progressive leaders of tomorrow, BLM, Antifa, Indivisible New York, Citizen Action, the Democratic Socialists of America, especially the Ithaca chapter that believes in violence, how long have we heard them say, no, we have to reform, revision, redesign the police? They won't say defund anymore because they know no one believes in it. So they're going to revision. They're going to reallocate the funding. They're going to hire social workers. Nobody wants it. And in the number one place, Minneapolis, where the whole George Floyd issue blew up at, they are the first people to tell you no. Overwhelmingly, 62% of blacks who were there at the riot, the center of the riots, the center of the George Floyd movement, are telling you, no, we want police. We want the same, if not more, police. But again, we are hearing from the progressive left saying, we're going to take care of it. We're going to micromanage your life. You don't know what you want. You say you want police, and the progressive left says, no, you don't really want police. Let's revision that for you. You want social workers in your neighborhoods. By the way, the progressive left lives behind walls and gates and armed security. That's what they get. Because if you go to Nancy Pelosi's house, Chuck Schumer's house, you go to AOC's house, you go to Cori Bush, Anna Presley, Ilhan Omar, Adam Schiff. When you go to their places, they have gated communities, walls, and armed security. So they don't care. You get a social worker. They have private security, walls, and they own guns. You don't get to do that. Does this make sense to anyone? And we have people like Chris Jacobs who says, that's great. That's a great idea. Let me do that in New York State too. Let me make it even harder. Let's violate the Second Amendment even more. That's what Chris Jacobs is saying. That's what John Katko is saying. That's what, what's her name? Christine. I'll get to her. This is what we're hearing from the rhinos. You know, and it's not like people aren't trying to make this better. See, we know part of the problem is that these leftists have too much power that they should never have, that they should never have had. And what we're seeing is, here it is from Chip Roy, and it's called the Article 1 Act. That's what he calls it. This is legislation he has proposed, and what this is there to do, it's H.R. 2996. And it's simply, all it does is it removes the emergency powers. It puts a time limit of 30 days on the emergency powers. Now, this is targeting the president and removing their emergency powers to put a time limit on it so it doesn't last forever until they say, well, you know, I know there was that problem, but there's another problem. So we're just going to continue. And we should use this in every government, in every single state, I believe, that we should make it a clear point that if you are a governor, you only have emergency powers for exactly 30 days, period. And the state government must say, if the problem is still going on, they must give you those emergency powers for an exact period of time. That's it. You don't get to decide, like appointed Governor Kathy Hochul, just decide, I still want emergency powers. I have them. Governor Whitmer, Governor Newsom, they got emergency powers. They're going to keep them until they decide there's no longer an emergency. You know what the emergency is? You having your rights. That's the emergency. That's their problem. You are managing your own life. You are making decisions for yourself as an individual. You aren't part of the progressive left. That's their problem. That's their emergency. They need to take away your individuality. They need to take away your freedom and your rights. If you think I'm wrong, tell me why. Let me go back to the comments here, because I know I was ranting a little bit. User has been banned mentioned that Trump's influence is being their giant straw man to do with what they want. Yes, we hear this all the time. There has not been a single day in the major news media. There has not been a single issue facing America on the major news media where they have not said President Trump's name. They always connect him to every issue in every article. I'd say 95% of every article you have read from the major mainstream national media has included Donald Trump in some way. Somewhere in there, they mentioned Donald Trump negatively. It's insane because he is the evil of everything. And if you voted for Donald Trump, according to Joe Biden, you're an extremist. I'm getting to that, folks. Dalgrim mentions, funny how Marxists forget that tenet of Marxism and would probably would equate the left too much with the right. Jan says, just like the House putting in 10 new gun laws in the new budget that they want to pass. Be aware, that budget probably won't pass until the election. And everyone, or even if it passes before, you got people like Liz Cheney, you have Chris Jacobs, you got John Katko. These are Republicans that are not going to be on the ballot. They're out of power in January. They will vote for this. We know that they believe in denying your Second Amendment rights. Let me go on. User has been banned mentions it's weird that they now have that they can't agree. It's weird thing that they now can't agree with anything the right does. Even Mao has a quote saying that he was a rightist now because his policies. Yeah, he was joking. Hang on, folks. I'm just catching up on the comments. I know I was going for a while. Dow mentions that this all sounds like the epitome of dystopia, and I agree. It does sound dystopian, but it's not. It's just Jim Crow, repurposed, repackaged, marketed on social media in a different way. The left is saying it's a good thing now. You know, safe spaces, segregated locations. You can't disagree with black people. Only white people can be wrong or evil or biased. You've heard these things. All of them are progressive talking points. Every single one. That's the racism of the 1950s. That's Jim Crow. It's just reversed who it's targeting. It's destroying America. Little Dipper mentions Democratic cities will just collapse in on themselves. Notice how conservative towns don't have big issues like that. You're right, Little Dipper, but here's the problem. If we see the big cities, if New York, LA, Chicago, Detroit, Baltimore, St. Louis, if we see these cities collapse, those people are going into the small towns. I see it on a regular basis here. New York City, millions, about 1 million people evacuated New York City because of the pandemic and have never returned. because of the policies of New York State and New York City. They are not going back. Where did they go? Well, a lot of them came to the southern tier of New York. It's one of the hubs. When you leave New York, one of the big hubs is Binghamton, Broome County. And so they're coming here. And I would love to say that these are the mega rich Wall Street types. They're not. These are poor people who had to leave because they can't afford the rent. They can't afford buying food in New York City. They can't afford traveling or entertaining themselves in New York City. So they're coming out to Broome County, which is driving the cost up. The average cost of renting an apartment today is about $1,300 in a city, Binghamton, where the average income is $30,000. Do the math, folks. That's what's happening. So it's a problem when people are running away from the big cities because they're making the problem just spread. They're not fixing it. We see that a bunch of people went from New York State and they moved to Florida. Well, a lot of the progressives that went because they could afford to, they went to Florida, and now they're trying to turn Florida into New York. Hang on. Hello, and thank you for calling into the program. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael Voss. May I ask, what's your first name?
Mike, it's me, John. How are you?
Hey, John. How you doing, man?
Good haircut, Mike. I like the new look.
Does everyone like the new look?
I love it. It makes you look good.
Maybe I think it makes me look a little younger. Got to get a job.
It makes you look powerful. I like it, Mike.
Well, it's for interviews because it's hard to get hired when you look older and wiser than the person that's actually interviewing you.
And full of yourself, a little more full of yourself.
Hey, but, I earned it. I'm old.
Yeah, that's true. Hey, I will never take that away from you, Mike. So, I just tuned into the show a little bit.
Okay.
So I want to talk to you about what's going on with this alternative media going on now.
Okay.
Okay, I wanted to bring that up. I don't know if you've talked about it on the show today,
no,
but it's been on my mind a lot lately.
No.
So we saw My Son Hunter break records for conservative films.
True.
Fair to say, right?
Yes.
And it's funny because I don't know many people right now, young people, who are using Twitter as much as they used to. It seems to only be for politicians and journalists.
Definitely journalists. Journalists love Twitter.
Yeah, because they have nothing else to do during the day. My God, that's not even a real job, most of them. I'm going to be honest. Let's be real. Journalism is no longer a real job anymore.
Wow. It hasn't been for a long time. But,
Yes.
I mean, that's why we see things like, look at the ratings that you get to see for She-Hulk. You look at Rings of Power. They love this. You go to Twitter, you would think that this is the greatest thing that's ever been done. You think it's the Godfather brought to TV. You look at the public, though, and
nobody's watching this crap.
No.
Nobody's watching this garbage. And it's funny you bring that up, because who's watching also? I mean, the question is, who's watching, like, the Oscars, the Academy Awards? Was it the Oscars that was a couple weeks ago?
It was the Emmys, and they had the lowest rating, I believe, in 30 years.
And here's the thing, Mike. This is after COVID. Before, they blamed the ratings, despite it being, we both know why they were losing. The woke media, woke everything.
Before they even go there, how can you say the ratings are down because of the pandemic, where everyone is locked in their houses and they don't have to, they're not going to work, and they've got nothing to do but watch television. And you're telling me the ratings are down because people are in their homes watching TVs? It makes no sense.
You know what? I will give them, for some reason, their excuse of COVID. Whatever. They wanted to blame it on COVID? Fine, whatever. I don't know, but I'll give it to them. But they have no excuses anymore. In fact, they tanked harder than before. I don't know how establishment media is going to survive the next, give it 4 years? I mean, I don't see it. I just don't see it. CNN still losing ratings. They're tanking. MSNBC losing rating. Okay, the only one who's actually somewhat still around is Fox. And even then, they're not getting the ratings they used to get because people are cutting the cord.
Right.
And with Twitter and things like that, I see people more going, and these are non-conservatives, going to Telegram and Truth Social and things like that.
Yeah.
Young people, right? TikTok, things like that. TikTok a little bit, more establishment. I know they're owned by the Chinese, but still, they're leaving the previous mainstream. I think that's a good thing, Mike. I know I've talked to you a long time about this, but I think we're finally going to start to see the decline. Big time.
I spoke about earlier, you may not be aware, right now in Italy, they're having an election where the right wing is expected.
Lago? Is that the far right party?
No, it's a different
What's
name.
their name?
But the person who's going to be in charge is Maloney.
Okay. And didn't the far right caucus with the center right party? Is that what I heard?
Yes.
Yes, because I had some friends who met the far right. I forget what the far right party is called, but they did form a government, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Which, funny, Mike, that you bring this up, and not to cut you off, a couple years ago, about 5 years ago, someone told me, and they gave a presentation in my senior high school course, okay? And they were talking about how the far right will no longer win in Europe. Far left liberal went to Harvard. He looks like the dumbest idiot now, let me tell you that. He predicted the decline of the Tories. Didn't happen. Predicted this. Just a little side note for you, which I thought you would find funny.
No, it is interesting. And, but it's part of this entire movement we're seeing where they're trying to program, and honestly, it's not targeting me. It's not even so much targeting you, John. For people who don't know, John is often on the show. He's a co-host here, and he speaks very often.
When I get the free time, yes.
And
of course, you do the when you do the show Sunday, it's very hard with church, the girlfriend, all that stuff.
Okay. But at the same time, he also does the J Rest break that you see on the show with 1-minute clips about news items. And so John's younger than me. And I think that they're not targeting even you. They're targeting the 5 and 8-year-olds, the same kids that they're trying to convince to chop off their genitals, the same kids that they're teaching that government is smarter than the individual and that they're only a category. They're not people. They don't have rights. They only have the rights that are given to them. That's who they're targeting with these things. That's why they keep doing the Emmys and get woker and woker. That's why they have things like She-Hulk, why they have things like, Ms. Marvel. They had things like, all of Disney, basically everything on Disney right now, almost every movie that's out there, they're all pushing this agenda, not for you and me.
No, you're right. But people are turning it off. The scary thing, though, is I think they're getting into a corner finally. We have started to see this in the last couple of years, and I think we're going to see it more and more, though.
Yeah, but we're seeing at the same time, like The Guardian, and I showed the article earlier. The Guardian is saying that, this is Mussolini. I mean, literally, this is their catch-22, as you can see. If you're to the right, they said it in Sweden, they're saying it in Italy, and here in the United States, you're a domestic extremist, if you happen to be right-leaning at all.
Yes. No, I agree, but I think they're getting into a corner with the sense we are starting to see banks, Google, and others start to cancel individuals, which we've never seen before.
Yeah, especially for owning a gun.
Example, guy who owns a website recently had his Google phone number shut down.
Why?
Did not tell them because Google did not approve. Then he had his mailing address canceled.
For what?
He owns a website called Kiwi Farms, but that's not the point. The point is they don't like the speech on that website. So we're starting to see the big media, and this, if you had asked me 5 years ago if I thought banks would get involved and start canceling accounts because they don't agree with your politics, I'd say you're insane. But I think, and it's funny, someone I know predicted this about 5-6 years ago and said this is the next step.
See,
and this is.
But here's the thing: The left doesn't see it that way. See, the next segment I was about to get to on the show, and if you listen, you'll be able to hear, it's Michael Moore on Bill Maher.
Yeah.
And folks, you've got to hear what he says, because he's going to tell you this is why Joe Biden went down to Philadelphia to imitate the Reichstag, to pretend that he was Emperor Palpatine. There is a reason why he went out there and demonized half of America and said that if you don't obey, if you don't comply, you are an evil extremist and that the government is coming after you, because that's what he put out there.
Yeah.
There is a reason why they believe that. You're going to be amazed.
Yeah. It's a scary thing now, and I think we're going to start seeing it. It's only happened to a couple individuals, right, that we know of, but I think we're going to start seeing it more and more, and this is going to bring serious concerns. If they want to start civil war, or if they want some big thing, you start attacking people's financials like they are with the banking, and I think we're going to hear even more of companies starting to bend a knee and stop allowing hosting on all kinds of different websites.
Well, how far are they really between from here to there? I mean, we have credit card companies that are flagging every purchase of a firearm.
You're right.
And that's only for the government to be able to collect that data and have it available to them. That's the only reason for it.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right, Mike. You hit the nail on the head. It's a very scary time, but I wanted to warn your audience about that because that's been on my mind a lot lately.
No, it's an important thing to be on your mind, especially when we see people like Chris Jacobs and John Katko and Liz Cheney. They're about to go into a lame duck session, and these guys all want to take away our rights.
It's scary. We're living in scary times, and my prediction for the next 3 years is we're going to see even more credit card companies, banks, other institutions that the everyday American takes for granted for being taken away because of political.
That's the social credit system of the CCP.
Absolutely.
That's China's communist credit system.
How long until the cable companies stop giving you internet?
Well,
for your politics.
They try it on me on a regular basis.
Exactly. But I'll let you go, Mike. Thanks for letting me call into the show.
Hey, I always appreciate it.
Have a good one, Mike.
You too. So, folks, that was our guest, John Rasucha, who does the J-Rest Break. Please do check it out. 1 minute video clips about the issues of the day. Some things I cover, some things I don't. I think he does a great job with that, and I do recommend it. Yeah, I do see Little Dipper. They are moving us towards this devastation that we are seeing around the world. And the left wants this. They're happy about this because I honestly believe they don't see it the way the rest of us see this. Let me show you what I'm talking about here, okay? Now, hopefully, this is not going to be hit by a content strike because this is transformative, it is newsworthy, it is educational. I am using this clip. I do not own the rights to Bill Maher. I'm not trying to take the rights away from HBO. I am highlighting a political commentary by Michael Moore about our elections and the outcomes, and I am discussing it with the public. Please do not strike the channel for telling the people the truth. Here is Michael Moore speaking about his expectation, his prediction of the 2022 midterm elections.
I think that there is going to be such a landslide against the traitors, especially the 147 Republicans who just hours after the insurrection voted to not certify the elected president of the United States.
Did you hear that? He just said that if a Republican, if anyone had a question about the election and wanted to wait to answer those questions, they are traitors. That they are traitors today, that they are evil. This is what he is saying. He's saying the left is going to win because if you opposed his point of view, what he liked, then you are evil. He literally just said that. This is the far left, folks. Michael Moore is not on the right. He's not in the center. This man is far left. This is what he is saying on Bill Maher to the international public. He wants you to believe that if you have a different point of view than his, you are evil. Did Joe Biden say the same exact thing? Yes, he did. This is exactly what we heard from Joe Biden in Philadelphia. Let's hear what else he has to say.
Joe Biden. And I think that there is going to be so many people coming out to vote. I want to thank the Supreme Court for reminding women that they are, in fact, second-class citizens.
He now says that if you do not agree with his point of view, then you have demonized women, that you women are second-class citizens if they believe something that he doesn't believe. If you have a different opinion as an American, as a woman, then you are, if you believe that late-term abortion is denying the rights of the child that could live outside the womb, then you are evil. If you don't believe in being able to abort a baby up to the moment of birth, like Governor Northam suggested, then you are evil. This is what he supports. This is what he is demanding. And women aren't women if they don't agree with him. This is the position of the left. If women do not agree with him, then they are not women. They are second-class citizens. Let's go on.
And taking their rights away like this, there are so many. I don't know if you've seen the list of states, starting with Kansas, which, by the way, 60% of the people in Kansas a couple months ago showed up to say, no, we want abortion legal and we want it in our Constitution.
But that's states' rights. That's the 10th Amendment. That's why it's a state issue. It's not a federal government issue. It's states' rights. New York State has voted for, Donald Lapardo voted for late-term abortion up to the moment of birth. And whether I agree with that or not, that is the law of New York State. And fine. And your answer is you can either vote against those politicians like Donald Lapardo, who voted for that, people like appointed Governor Kathy Hochul or Antonio Delgado. You can vote against them to say you don't agree with that, or you can move out the state, or you can still live here and live with that law. That's the choices. Because we're Americans, we get to have a choice. What he's talking about is you don't get a choice. The elites, which he happens to be a part of, get to make a decision and you live with it. That is a serf. That is a peon. That is a slave. Whether you want to call it economic slavery or social slavery, it's the same thing. That's what he's talking about. Let's go on.
Want to stay there. And this is, I think that there's going to be...
Do you hear the applause he gets for calling women second-class citizens if they don't agree with him? For calling Republicans evil for not agreeing with him when there were issues that were present. Issues that in the state of Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and others in Georgia that were found to be unconstitutional. These were major issues. And he's saying if you actually said there's a problem, the court is looking at this, and his answer is it doesn't matter. You have to agree with him or else. This is what the left is looking at. Let's go on.
That's a massive turnout of women. 70% of all new registered voters in Kansas were women. In Wisconsin, it's 17% more than men are registering to vote. Pennsylvania, 12%. I mean, in most of these states, these are women who have not voted, who've not been registered, are coming out to register.
But does that mean they're registering to be Democrats? Do women not have a choice? Has he just equated women in America the exact same as blacks in America? That you have to vote Democrat, otherwise, according to Joe Biden, you're not black. That, as Kamala chided Charlemagne, don't be a Republican. Don't you act like a Republican. How dare you? You're black. Remember, you're black. You can't be Republican. You can't act Republican. And now Michael Moore is taking that same logic. You're a woman. You have to be a Democrat. You have to vote Democrat. You have no choice. It isn't an option for you anymore. You have to obey. That is what his words mean. If they're women and they're registering to vote, they have to be voting in favor of late-term abortion. They have to be voting as Democrats. They have to. They don't have a choice. You're no longer an American citizen. You are a robot flicking the switch the way he wants you to. That's it. And if you don't, you're evil. You are a problem. That's what he is saying to this audience that is cheering mindlessly, not listening to what he's saying. Let's hear what else he says.
And then look what happened in Alaska. Alaska only gets one member of Congress, and it elects a woman, a native Alaskan woman, to defeat Sarah Palin.
Wait a minute. What does it matter if she's a Native American? Is she qualified? Is she good at the job? This is like going back to the Ketanji Brown Jackson discussion. Is she qualified? The fact that she's black or a woman or a Native American doesn't matter. That's a symptom of birth. Does that make her better or worse? Are you saying that people who are born in Alaska are better than people who are born in Florida, are different than people who are born in California or New York? What? Does the location you're born in the United States makes a difference? That somehow your IQ is going to be higher because you were born in Detroit instead of being born in Kansas City? That's stupid. No one in their right mind would say that. So why is he talking about, she's an indigenous woman, as if that means anything? So she has a suntan, a permanent suntan, like I do. Do you care? No, because it's not important. That's not her character. That's not her knowledge or intelligence. That's not her wisdom. That's just her skin color. Who cares? But he thinks that's important. And Michael Moore further lied to you just now. He said, oh, well, look, the people of Alaska, they voted for this Democrat, indigenous Democrat. No, they didn't. No, they did not. It was ranked choice voting. That's what happened. In fact, in Alaska, more Republicans voted than Democrats voted. And those Republicans voted for Republicans more than they did for the Democrat. That's what happened. Now, because of ranked choice voting, there was a split. No one had the majority. And in ranked choice voting, you don't make one vote, you make multiple choices. You vote for as many people as you want in the order that you want. Except most people in America only make one vote. So most people made one choice. And Democrats, like Michael Moore, said, oh, you only made one vote? Your vote no longer counts. You're no longer valid. They nullified the votes, which removed those voters. And when they did that, the only person left was the Democrat that the public did not vote for. The majority of people were voting for Republicans, not the Democrat. So he just lied to you, trying to make you think, well, see, even Republicans want to vote for Democrats. No, they don't. No, they didn't. But the Democrats changed the voting system to ranked choice voting, adding complication to the election so that they could get a result they wanted. And they did. So again, Michael Moore is lying to you as he devalues the candidate and his own party. But let's go on.
Alaska. This is like, there's so many.
And these people are clapping because they have no concept of what actually happened in Alaska. They have no idea what ranked choice voting is. They have no idea what happened. So they're just blending. Oh, well, yeah, indigenous woman. Yay. We're going to clap. We have no idea what this means. We don't know anything about the election that happened there. Let's go on.
Signs of this that I honestly think, if we all do our work, and if we all get people to get out there and we get out there ourselves, we have a chance to do something that it does happen every now and then. 1993, Canada.
See, this is what he thinks. He thinks that Democrats can win. He thinks that Democrats are going to win. He is predicting that there will not be a Republican landslide, that CNN, MSNBC, every major news media organization in America and the world have already seen and said, hey, if Americans show up, they're voting red. If Americans show up to vote, they're voting Republican. Even if they're independents, even if they're Democrats, overwhelmingly, everyone sees the problems that Democrats have done in 19 months. In 19 months, Democrats have taken America from being energy independent to being dependent on other nations. And the cost of energy has necessarily skyrocketed. We see that there are brownouts and blackouts in California, and people who were told to buy electric cars can't even charge them. We see that crime is skyrocketing across the nation, especially in the 22 Democratic stronghold cities across America, because defunding the police, taking away your Second Amendment rights. We are seeing that Americans are rebelling and against these red flag laws that unlawfully, unconstitutionally take away your ability to defend yourself without a charge, without a crime. Americans don't agree with this. But Michael Moore thinks that Democrats are about to win it all. And he's telling Democrats, bring 5 of your friends. To make sure that they win, they need 5 of their friends to come out and vote. You got to all vote. Give them beer so that they will vote, because he wants to win, because they want power. It doesn't matter what the public wants. It doesn't matter that they have screwed up everything. It doesn't matter that across the world we are seeing a move towards conservatism, move towards the right. Doesn't matter. He wants power. This is the desperation of Claudia Tenney, respectively. This is the desperation that we are seeing coming from the far left. Hang on a second. Yes, ranked choice voting is horrible, folks. It's horrible. Hang on. And I have to say, folks, if you need a system, if you have to create an election system that is adding complication, that is making it more confusing on who's running and who wins, then that's not helping people. That's not giving people their choice. That's stripping away their freedom. That's nullifying votes. That's it. There's a reason why the system has been majority. Majority wins, period. There's a reason for that. But in ranked choice voting, now they can manipulate the numbers, manipulate the way the numbers are read, nullify votes. That's what they can do. Jan mentions that women are getting fed up not just with the economy, but tired of being canceled by trans community and wokeness. Well, again, that's part of the left. That's part of what they... you heard Michael Moore. I just played it. If women don't agree with his point of view on anything, then they're not women. Just like if you don't agree with Joe Biden and you're black, you're not black. Your qualifications are subject to their approval. They approve of what you are, what category, what checkbox you get to tick off, and how they will treat you based on that. But when I listen to that and I look at Joe Biden and what he has said, what he has done, and the way he is demonizing Americans for existing, then you know what? I'm not surprised that he had the speech he did in Philadelphia. I'm not surprised that the outcome of that happened to be, matter of fact, I'm going to switch up. I want to talk about, I'm not surprised that because of this, what we're seeing is what happened in North Dakota. I have to go to Fox to cover this. I have to go to Fox because Fox News is covering that a Democrat, a 41-year-old motorist, 41-year-old Democrat killed an 18-year-old kid. A lot of people may not have heard about this, but it's the same. It comes from Michael Moore and the progressive left and Joe Biden, who's appealing to and getting Michael Moore. Joe Biden and Michael Moore think Democrats, the progressives, are winning. They think they are winning. And the news media is making sure they think that by not telling them or you what's happening in our nation. September 23rd, liberal networks avoid the North Dakota teen killed by a man who dubbed him a Republican extremist. This 41-year-old, who I'm not going to mention his name, killed an 18-year-old because, according to Joe Biden, that kid's a Republican extremist. According to Michael Moore, that kid is a Republican extremist and is evil, as you just heard him say. Because they disagree with Michael Moore and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and Kirsten Gillibrand, they are evil. And this guy said, well, if they're evil, we can kill them. And none of the major 5 news networks, ABC, CBS, NBC, CNN, MSNBC, have offered any airtime for the attack that happened on Wednesday. Thursday, 0 seconds. 0 seconds of coverage. And in fact, I'm going to do this with you folks right now. Okay? I want you to see. I have up here, North Dakota murder Republican. These are the key words. North Dakota murder Republican. This is the guy, and we can see that there are stories here talking directly about this man who killed an American child because of his political beliefs. That's it. There was no other danger. I want you to see what happens. I'm live. You're seeing me do it live. I have just updated the story. Okay? So let's see who in the mainstream is talking about this political assassination. Let's see. Inform, no. Grand Forks Herald, no. WVII, mynorthwest.com. And we're done. That's it. There's no other news. This is going under news. You're seeing me do this live. That's what the news means. This is what Google is putting in front of you. This is how they're informing you that there are people who are willing to assassinate Americans because of their political beliefs. Because Joe Biden and Michael Moore have convinced them that anyone who thinks differently is not just doing a microaggression, which our colleges are teaching kids is an act of violence. No, they are evil, inherently evil, because they have a different point of view. That's what we see. And Google will not share this news with you. Google will not tell you about this. Why not? Why would they not want to do this? Daily News has a story on it. Even the Russia Times, RT News, that's Russia Times, they have a copy of this story. Free Beacon has it. It's not like the news doesn't exist. This is newsworthy. But finally, ABC News, finally. They finally show you one. Where else? Daily Mail has it. Newsweek has it. They didn't start covering this till Friday. They hid this from you until Friday. It happened Wednesday. Breaking news on Thursday. Friday, after the backlash, after this had already reached national levels, when the rest of the nation already is speaking about this, it already swept through all of the social media sites, and Republicans rightfully, Americans rightfully, were absolutely incensed and angry about this. Only then, 3 days ago, on Friday, 2 days after the fact, did they even mention it? Barely. ABC News. Gee, okay. Where's CNN? Where's MSNBC? They're on 24 hours a day. You mean to tell me that at 2 in the morning, when there is the dead of night, that when there's no programming and very few people watching, they couldn't even mention it in 2 in the morning? 3 in the morning? They're on 24 hours a day. Even MSN covered this, but it took them 4 days to get the news out to the public. 4 days. Because they don't want you to know. And that's why I wanted to make a point of showing you. I wanted to show you this. You're being denied the truth. It's being hidden from you. Because they want you to think that Michael Moore is right. They want you to think that people are going to vote for Democrats. They want you to think that progressives are winning. They want you to think that Joe Biden was right when he was in Philadelphia and he said that 40%, 50% of America is evil and an extremist and a terrorist simply because they didn't agree with him, which is insane. This is how they are justifying this. Just like when we saw Steve Scalise get shot in the congressional baseball game because a guy listening to Bernie Sanders said, oh, well, the only answer is we got to shoot those Republicans. Because we've heard when Maxine Waters is saying, you got to go out and get these people, and they actually incite violence. They have been inciting violence for years. Remember when Jerry Nadler said, oh, there's no such thing as Antifa? 2 weeks later, a guy in Antifa murdered a man in cold blood. There's video of it. Just walked up and shot him. Why? Because he was at a Trump rally. But they're saying it doesn't exist. It's all in your mind. They're telling you that the left, no, they're perfectly fine. The left are angels. There was an autonomous zone in Atlanta. They killed an 8-year-old child. Do you remember that? I do. This channel remembers it. We covered it. What about the autonomous zone, the CHOP, the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, otherwise known as the Chaz? What about the 14-year-old that was killed there? What about the murders that we saw across this nation? No, but the left is angels. They're great. They're innocent. It's only Republicans. Republicans are evil. Don't you understand? Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Doesn't that explain it all right there? Doesn't that explain it in just 2 words? Donald Trump. That explains it. Must be evil. You want to talk about causing a civil war? Because it's happening. I have been wrong. In 2017, I said we were getting close to a civil war. Recently, about a month, within the last month, I've been talking about the Civil War, not only on this program, but on the Rory Sauter Show, on the SMV 500, on the Liberty First Foundation on Fridays. And I've been talking about the Civil War. You know, I'm thinking about it now and looking at this situation where this teen was killed for no reason other than he had a political belief that some psycho didn't share. And it happened to be that he's a Republican that Joe Biden just demonized and said is evil, that Michael Moore just said is evil. Yeah, we're in a civil war right now. We are in a civil war. It is happening. Because if we weren't, you would not have a 18-year-old boy dead in North Dakota. It wouldn't happen. You would never hear that. You would never see. Remember what happened to Lee Zeldin? Guy walked up, appointed Governor Kathy Hochul, put out a list of all the events that Lee Zeldin was going to, her political opponent, a Republican, and told her supporters to go after him. And that same day, 2 hours later, as we showed you the video and we had the person who took the video on our program, to speak to you about it. We have Marcus Williams, a candidate for the 137th Assembly District in New York out of Rochester, speak to you about being live as that man walked onto stage with spiked brass knuckles and attempted to kill Lee Zeldin. And here's the part that really gets me. The guy who tried to kill Lee Zeldin, he got out on bail. They released him in an hour. The guy in North Dakota, the murderer the alleged murderer in North Dakota, who has publicly admitted that he killed the child. Publicly admitted that. Out on bail. Took him a couple of hours. $50,000. He's out on bail. He's free. He's running around. He's walking around now. $50,000 bail. And he was complaining to the judge, why do I have to pay a $50,000 bail? I have a family. I own a home. I pay bills. I have a job. Those are all the things he just took away from another human being. He is so deep. These progressives, some of them, are so enraptured with things that Michael Moore and Joe Biden are saying and demonizing Americans that they no longer see anyone with a different point of view as a human being. That terrifies me. It is insane to me. And literally, and by the way, remember, Bill Maher had his show on Friday. Michael Moore was saying that Republicans are evil on the night that the major news media finally decided to tell the nation that there was a political assassination of an 18-year-old by a Democrat because that guy said Republicans are evil. Where's the sensitivity? Where is the he didn't care. Michael Moore didn't care. Just like the killer in North Dakota, the alleged killer in North Dakota, didn't care. Because they're not human. If you don't agree with them, if you don't believe what they say, if you don't do what they tell you to do, you're not human. And they are showing us literally what they will do. I'm very upset about this, folks. I'm very, very upset about this, as you can tell. But I think I'm right. And I showed you the evidence. They are hiding this from you on purpose because they don't want you to think about it. You're not supposed to think. You're supposed to obey. You're not supposed to question it. You're supposed to just do what they say. Michael Moore says, vote Democrat. Don't think about it. Don't question it. Don't ask where they're going. Joe Biden comes out on national TV with the full force of the United States military behind him, bathed in blood red, doing an impression of 1939 Germany, and says, if you don't agree, you are the problem. You are an extremist, and they're coming for you. When he says that, yeah, I think we're in a civil war. And I'm upset about that. I'm very upset. Let me go back to some of the comments. If anyone disagrees with me, I want to be very clear. This channel is about free speech from anywhere in the world. If you disagree with anything I have just said, call in 607-242-1582. I am happy to hear what you have to say. No one will pick on you. I will not belittle you. I will not berate you. I will ask questions, but I will listen to you respectfully and hear your point to tell me how Michael Moore, Joe Biden are not somehow encouraging the actions of this guy in North Dakota and other extremists on the left to kill Republicans. If you think Michael Moore is right, if you think Joe Biden is right, call in 607-242-1582. Tell me why I am wrong. Tell me how this is not the start of a civil war. Tell me how it's justified. in any way, shape, or form. Tell me how. I will listen to you. I will pay attention to you. I will treat you with great respect. Don't get my passion wrong. I am passionate. I am angry. But don't get it wrong. I will listen to you. I want to hear that argument. I want to understand that argument because I don't understand it right now. I've shown you Michael Moore saying it doesn't make sense. The second you actually pay attention to the details, the moment you actually listen to what he said, it doesn't make sense. I listened to what Joe Biden said, and I can show you the 1939 Reichstag speech, and I can tell you how it lines up, how it is dangerous. I can prove my points. I'm willing to hear yours if you disagree, because I don't understand how you can. By the way, if you agree, you can call in too. 607-242-1582. I'm happy to hear all voices on this channel. Always. No matter where you stand, we are always happy to hear your voices. And by the way, if you have not, please take the opportunity to subscribe, to like, share, but most of all, subscribe. We're trying to get to 1,000. We're trying to break through the new algorithm. We want to reach more people. That's all. We want to do what Google, what the major news media don't want you to do. We want to have these conversations with more people. And unlike the major news media that want to hide things from you, we're showing you the evidence. We're showing you and giving you the links so that you can be informed and make whatever decision you want to make. But let me get back to some of the comments here. I'm very upset. Oh, I'm so upset. User has been banned mentions that they feel that, and they are told they are justified in the things that they are doing. Speaking about the North Dakota man, talking about the shooter at the Steve Scalise shooter at the congressional baseball field, the people who chase people down because of Maxine Waters. Little Dipper says he's agreed, and it will come to a breaking point soon as people become more desperate. I think you have to be pretty desperate to kill a child, to run him over with a vehicle when he is on foot because you don't agree with his politics. I think we are at that desperate stage. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I want to be wrong. I truly want to be wrong. It doesn't seem like it. Yeah, user has been banned says, when Republicans do nothing, they're still evil. According to Michael Moore, according to the far left, according to progressives, you're still evil. Little Dipper agrees that yes, civil wars are started over things like this, and I think it's happening. User has been banned says that when a Democrat does evil stuff, angels, they're just angels. Nothing happened. It doesn't exist. Hell, I'm surprised there isn't a fact check coming out of Snopes saying, well, it's only partially true. The guy was afraid for his life in his truck versus the 18-year-old kid standing with no weapons on his feet in the ground. Yeah, but it's all about content. It's all about perspective. Relatively, there was a relative danger because according to the murderers, the attempted murder, the alleged murderer's point of view, maybe he thought he was in danger. It's all relative. There is no truth. It's all relative. God help me. Little Dipper says, I mentioned earlier how the Arab Spring started over the death of a food cart guy. Or more recently, unrest in Iran when the 22-year-old woman was beat to death for showing her hair, not wearing a hijab. Yeah, civil wars erupt over events such as this. I agree with you, Little Dipper. It's true. Dow says, the controlled opposition dynamic enacted throughout the last few decades has generally been discounted as hyperbole by the general populace. Hal! Hello, Hal. Sorry, I'm catching up to the notes. Hal Stewart says, who's going to fight this, quote, civil war? the vast majority of Americans aren't so tribal with their political views. Hal, I understand your point of view. Let me be clear. Who's going to fight the Civil War? The public. The same people who fought the last Civil War. It's the public versus the public. It's you against your neighbor. That's what they have made this into. That if you are someone who has a different belief, they're your enemy. Now, whether that means you don't hire them for a job, it means that you don't help them when they're trying to get soup or bread, or they're homeless and you don't help them, or whether it means you physically assault them, that's all still fighting. The vast majority of Americans are being affected. And I truly believe once this starts, once that powder keg truly blows up, where it's not isolated events, but it's something that's happening across the country, yeah, everyone is. Because you don't get to not have a choice. That's the truth, Hal. Hal, Joe Biden said, if you don't agree with him, you're the problem. Michael Moore says, if you don't agree with him, you're the problem. Maxine Waters, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Kirsten Gillibrand, and Adam Schiff, Cori Bush, Anna Presley, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib. How many names do I have to go through? They believe, and they have all said, do what they say, obey, or else. And now we're starting to see what or else means. It's troubling. And again, Hal, I hope I'm wrong. I would love to see this resolved peacefully. I hope that merely an election or two could turn this around. I want to be wrong. Okay. Let me catch up on some of the comments here. Dow says, I think what we've seen in the last few years is the internalization of the propaganda because a portion of active populists in the culture of woke see an opportunity to rob their neighbors. I agree. When you're being woke, and you must agree with the woke messaging. You must agree with intersectionality, critical race theory. You must agree with gender identity politics. You must. And this is what we are teaching kids in college. This is what we are teaching kids in elementary school. The books written by, what's his name? Ibrahim Kendi are being taught to children that are 8 years old in third grade. I was talking to Chad Stahl. I believe I was on with Randy Paget on his show. And we were talking about school board meetings. And one of the candidates in Chad Stahl, running for the school board, said that his son was so concerned. His teachers had told him white people are evil and racist, that they are racist. And his son, who happened to be mixed race, had to ask his dad if he was white or not because he didn't want to be a racist. The kid was in third grade, 9 years old. This is what we are teaching children. That is acts that you see in a war. That's propaganda. User has been banned, mentions, isn't that stochastic terrorism? Possibly. User has been banned, expands on that. Orange Man, go home peacefully, as Donald Trump said on January 6th. That's stochastic terror. Biden, extreme MAGA Republicans are, MAGA Republicans are anti-American. That's perfectly fine. It's crazy. Mike Bowie says that he thinks Michael Moore doesn't believe what he's saying. He's just being inflammatory, possibly to get more money. Maybe that's true. Maybe Michael Moore is just taking advantage of people. He's done it before. That's where he made his millions. taking advantage of people, telling people, well, basically lies, documentaries that omit any and actual factual truth to get his truth onto screen. Maybe Michael Moore is doing it because he wants power. No one cares about him, so maybe he wants to be given some praise. Maybe that's why he's doing it. But it's still inflammatory. It is still divisive, and it still needs to be talked about. Which is why I hope HBO does not strike this and does not shut down this channel because I showed Michael Moore saying something that is newsworthy. I got to say it again because I know the censors are going to come after me, which is crazy. And yes, Jan, it is once again a vehicle has been used, but there's no argument to ban vehicles because what you're talking about is Thanksgiving last year, 2021, in Waukesha, where a member of far left radical, a nut job, a demon, and yes, he happened to be black, I don't care about the color of his skin, decided that he was going to run over white people because he thought they were evil while they were at a Christmas Day parade. Yeah, that was the last time that we saw the left going after people because someone told them, white people, Republicans, others were evil. If they weren't like you, they were evil. And so in Waukesha, he decided to run over, I think it was couple dozen people with his vehicle. Today, we now have this guy in North Dakota running over an 18-year-old because of the same political ideology. It's terrifying. But they won't ban vehicles because vehicles aren't built to kill people. Vehicles aren't built, they're not intrinsically evil, just Republicans and firearms. It's crazy. It's crazy. Little Dipper mentions we are in a powder keg worldwide. I think we are. When we hear that The Guardian is saying that the Italian government is like Mussolini because they happen to be leaning to the right instead of being solidly progressive left, if we are listening to people demonize the Swedish government because they lean to the right instead of being absolutely progressive left like the rest of the European Union, when we are hearing that in the United States, yeah, there's a powder keg here. User has been banned. You are funny, my friend. User has been banned says, Antarctica has the best government. Change my mind. You know what? User, go down there, go to Antarctica, vacation. Tell me how the government reacts on that vacation. Maybe I'll join you. Dow mentions the Ottoman Empire understood with their use of janissaries that it is indoctrination of the youth to suppress their own demographics and support the ruling state. Mao used a similar system with the use of students and his little red book. Yeah, we've seen that consistently across the world. It isn't new. None of this is new. But that doesn't mean it shouldn't be called out. I tell you, folks, I'm so upset about it. I really am. And it's because the news media is hiding this from you. And so smaller outlets, I shouldn't have to be the one to break this. There is someone who is watching this section of this discussion, and they have never been told, they did not know until just this moment that this political assassination took place. Because the news media won't tell them. Because Google is hiding the news from them. Because this is not being discussed. And the reason why it's not being discussed is because there's an election in 45 days. And Democrats don't want the negative publicity. They're afraid of losing. Which is why they got people like Michael Moore showing up on Bill Maher to tell them to go out in groups of 5 and 10 and vote. Please, begging, please vote. Because they're about to lose. It is, and they should lose. Look at what they are doing. Take away the politics of it. It is wrong to deny American citizens their rights. It is wrong to go out and destroy our economy. It is wrong to not have an international plan to fund global terrorism, to create a terrorist army. It is wrong to abandon Americans to this day in Afghanistan. There are thousands of Americans still in Afghanistan a year after the fact. There are so many Americans in Afghanistan, the government won't talk about it. Hello, and thank you for joining on No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael, and may I ask, who's speaking? First name.
Hey, Mike, it's Jason.
Hey, Jason. What's going on, man? I know I'm losing my mind, but what's going on?
Yeah, no, it's some of the Michael Moore comments. I mean, it was nothing surprising, to hear him. I mean, I think what it was more, with the rhetoric is just doubling down on the continuation of, the January 6th, and then, just again, supporting the president's, position where, everybody who, votes or believes in any sort of policies that are against the president's are part of that group. And, it continues to repeat. There's nothing really original, about Moore as far as that take goes. But, as in the past, though, there has been things that he has done, that has exposed, granted the Planet of the Humans, where he basically exposed the green energy, hoax, for what it was. And, he took a lot of backlash for it. But his underlining principles, where him seeing, humans as the problem, and the bane of the world, and basically they're the ones that have to be wiped out. And really, to him, when he supports the president and the progressive policy, really that's, to the end that he wants to take, the direction, and, taking complete control, of the population, and, basically controlling and eliminating it. And that was his number one thing. And he comes across in a lot of his things as saying, well, he's looking out for the best interests, of people, and trying to, support humanity against, the evil, fascists and dictators. Yet, everything that he believes and implements are, fascist, and very, he supports the policies which, dictates, what everybody does in their lives. Even though, like I said, he threw a lot of the green, policies under the bus that are completely there to, control us. He, still, again, believes that, all humans, need to be controlled, in every aspect of the life. And it is interesting, though, because the thing is that there's definitely a lot of racism that's thrown into the mix, when it comes to controlling of populations, because the populations that always need controlling always happen to be those, according to Michael Moore and the Biden, happen to be brown and black populations. Those are the ones
they're trying to help them. That's what, just like in Minneapolis, I was talking about that earlier. They say they're helping by, micromanaging the lives and telling people what to do and how to live. Crazy.
Yeah. No, yeah, absolutely. And so there's this, and then this, and so they're constantly involved to a degree where, you don't, a normal individual doesn't want that sort of, they don't want that, well, I guess they call it guidance, or they really just don't want the government that involved. But the funny thing is that, a lot of the people who do vote for, these progressive ideas, again, I don't think they actually, the question is, do they actually ever see themselves as being the ones that are needing, to be controlled or needing the help? Because they can always look to somebody else who basically, which they would deem as requiring the government to take care of them, and I think part of this goes into the point, especially when it comes to college educated white liberals, is they just simply look around and they just see other people as being hopeless or helpless or just completely incapable of running their own life to any degree. And when they step in and they go to supposedly help them, they further make entire cultures of or groups of individuals, they make them completely incompetent and incapable of taking care of themselves because they generally become dependent upon the help that is being given to them. And
I think that's I think that's on purpose. If you That's a political trick. Just to be clear for everyone who doesn't realize why they do that, if my food, my housing, my money, my life comes from a certain political organization or group, like say your college debt, if that's being waived by a certain political group, and if they lose power, you retain that debt, it is in your best interest to keep that political power in. That's why they're buying those votes. They're controlling those people. That's why I called it social slavery. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean it gets even more because the more the government has involvement, with dictating what people can have, then they do it for everybody. And so then they can tell you what you can learn or what you can't learn, or what you can buy and what you can possess, and what property you can have or what you can't have. And then every item that is ever given to you is basically seen not as a right but as a privilege, being given by the government. Well, it goes back to the thing with Obama says, well, you didn't build that, you didn't earn that, you didn't create that, it was somebody else who actually did that. So everything your existence and everything that you have today, you owe it because of the government. You owe it because of that guy, because it wasn't the individual ever had anything.
Obama said it well. He said it, you didn't build that. The government built it. You're not responsible. The government did.
Yeah, and so anybody who does achieve or creates anything, they basically it is the government's obligation then, once a person is successful, then to take everything they have and then to redistribute to somebody else who doesn't have it, And then there's no the downfall to a lot of people who don't understand is that those individuals who are motivated and the go-getters, the ones who are ambitious, those are the ones who actually lift everybody up, and they know how to allocate their money, in a way that builds wealth, not just among themselves but among others as well too. And no quicker way to destroy wealth and to destroy an economy is for the government to step in, take away from those who are basically making the money, making the wealth, building things, and then just simply redistributing it to everyone out of the whole guise of equity. And you see that now more than anything, especially when we come to our economic policies that they continue to put forth. They continue to print more money out and then just shove it into the economy in ways, or in a way of saying that, hey, we're here to help, we're here to make sure that the poorest or those who are suffering are able to have more than what or they should have something that they deem worthy. And by doing
but let me ask a question about that. They're going to give people stuff, but the cost of that is what we're seeing in North Dakota. Kid gets killed. That's the equivalence that they're making right now. Obey and you will get stuff, quote, for free. Disobey, you will be unpersoned from social media. Your social credit will be destroyed. And you may even be killed. Am I wrong in saying that that's the equivalence that they are making right now? Am I overreacting?
I think that the underlying message being sent to anybody who seen that kid getting killed is basically, you know what, we can take but what it is, it just says to anybody, it says if you happen to be affiliated with a political party, or not even a party, how about if you just have ideas we don't like, then we can not only take you out, but then we can also suppress the fact that you were actually murdered, and that's exactly what happened. The number, and some people will argue and go, say, hey, you're being hyperbolic. You're not even, looking at that correctly. And I would just have to say, okay, well, how do we use a metric to actually measure whether or not, everybody's getting that story or not? How many
I can give you the metric. I can give you the metric. The guy admitted publicly that he committed the murder. It's not a guess. It's not conjecture. He said that he did it, and he said why he did it. Because the kid had a different political belief. He's an extremist. He's a Republican extremist. He told us this. That's the metric I'm judging this by. What other metric is there to judge it by?
No, I was
that you're hearing people say.
Well, no, I was saying the metric of the media, to show that basically they're burying it, because
okay.
people would say, well, if you heard it, then they're not burying it, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, the general population. I'm talking about the number of eyeballs that are going to be able to see a story. I mean, how many people? I mean,
I'm not MSNBC. I don't get millions of views. I would like it. I don't get millions of views. I'm not even the local news agency getting tens of thousands of views. I occasionally do, but that's not consistent. I would love it. Please like, share, subscribe. But so no, the average person. I mean, it's because I follow news that most people don't. It's the only reason why. I'm connected to international news sources. Half the stuff on this show, I like to believe, I could be wrong, are things that most people don't know about. Am I wrong?
No, you're right. And the question is then we have to look at, well, what do people know more of? That more people, know that Letitia James is going after, Trump and his entire family, trying, some sort of, lawsuit out of him, or did they hear about this kid getting killed?
No, you're wrong. Most people don't know that. Most people know the football game that's going on right now. Most people know what happened with the Kardashians. They know that. They know about Alec Baldwin's most recent kid, not anything about his Rust shooting. They don't know. They're talking about Rings of Power and She-Hulk. She-Hulk has more news than North Dakota and the murder of this teen because of a political assassination. That's what people know. That's terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, news in general, I think that a lot of people, are not really that connected into. So I definitely would see that. But the question is what news story, gets pushed and which one doesn't, which ones, get promoted and which ones don't. And I think that's where the scary part comes in, because like I said, if a person with a certain perspective ends up getting, murdered, and generally nobody hears about it because the majority of those who are so-called reporters don't report on it, then nobody hears about it. And then on top of that, if you have Google, Facebook, Twitter, and all those, shutting down or shadow banning in a way that story doesn't get carried, throughout the internet, then, people just, won't hear about it. And that's the scary thing is that you yourself could have an idea, and then somebody, could take you out, and then what, will we ever hear about it? Will we know about it? I mean, would it be a national story of any sort?
No, of course not. Matter of fact, this program, this show, I expect will be shut down because of HBO. Because I let people hear what Michael Moore said, and they don't want people to know that. And so they'll shut it down. I can almost bet that the second I get done, there's going to be a content strike on this. And that's terrifying. And they don't care. They don't want you to know. They want to silence people. And they are actively silencing people. I was talking about CBS 2 days ago. I responded to a CBS news clip about the Afghan refugees. And it's funny because it's hard-coded into Facebook that my comment was hidden from the public. You actually have to play with the system on Facebook to see my comment. Because if you put in all comments, responding, wouldn't show a thing. Hello, Kevin. It's good to see you here. So that's what they're doing. They are
I've noticed that.
hiding that. It's crazy.
That is really frustrating, honestly, when it comes to just basic comments. If a person doesn't want to view your comments, and they can simply go and click on you, and then just
they can block me. They can ignore. They could ignore it and scroll past. I mean, you don't even.
And the thing is, and it doesn't matter how many people basically dislike what you say. There's no reason that there needs to be an alternative thing blocking you from making a point. If people don't like that idea, then fine, they can basically block it themselves. Thing is, though, is if Facebook doesn't like the idea, if Twitter doesn't like that idea, guess what? You're going to be shadow banned. You're going to be blocked out, or people have to click on extra things, see what you have to say, And that's the problem. Is somebody like me, if I want to actually, hear what you have to say, well, guess what? I don't even have the opportunity to actually see it because who already made the choice for me? Twitter made the choice. Facebook made the choice. So, yeah, that's very it's very frustrating, when that happens.
I'm so angry about this. And I think it's justified. I don't think I'm overreacting. I do believe that this is a signal to start a civil war. I think this is the thing that tells us we're in a civil war. It's just starting off slow, but we're there. Am I wrong?
Yeah, and that's what I said. And I think this is one of the hardest things to say is that when we have ideas of civil war, we always think of, the civil war in this country. And we basically picture a bunch of guys lining up on one side and a bunch of guys lining up, on the other side and just firing at each other, And I think that sort of idea is just, it's ridiculous for one, because it's just like, that's not the way that the Civil War's fought.
No.
And the thing is, though, is just as we have with now, I mean, we've always had what we would call a culture war, and that's obviously being fought in the ways that actually we're discussing right now. I mean, it is on social media, it is on the media, and that is battle that's ongoing. And again, I guess to some degree, I mean, it is live, because when you do see a kid like that getting killed and the media burying it, telling you that, basically to the point where, you wouldn't even know it exists. People don't see the threat. People aren't, saying, hey, maybe, this rhetoric that the president's saying, maybe the rhetoric that, Michael Moore's bringing up, maybe, that shouldn't be, is being said, to a degree that, is igniting, people like that. So, I mean,
But it's aggravating because I know that there's a 22-year-old, I know there's protests in Iran because a young woman, 22, got killed for showing her hair. The media is happy to tell me about that. The media is happy to tell me about what's happening in the Ukraine every other day and why we need to send more of our billions of our dollars to the Ukraine for some reason in a war that we have nothing to do with. But they won't tell us about how many Americans they left in Afghanistan. They won't tell us about what's going on with the Afghan refugees. Did you know that there's 2,700 Afghan refugees in New York State right now?
No, I did not. I was actually asking you before on the episode exactly how many were in our area, because nobody was saying anything about that.
They won't talk about it. But I found, believe it or not, the news exists. There's 2,700 of them here. There's 74,000 in the United States. None of them have been vetted. There are crimes that are happening with them they don't want to talk about. They don't want to talk about what's happening with the economy. We have so much that is being suppressed right now. And I'm not talking about conspiracy theories that are literally stuff that we have documented. It is documented information, and it is being suppressed. And then they're telling us, but you're free as long as you agree.
Yeah.
That's dangerous.
No, it's maddening, especially with, the non-vetting situation. And, I started thinking about the whole situation there, with the Martha Vineyard drops off of illegals. And
you mean the brown people? They getting rid of the brown people fast as possible.
Yeah, and I thought it was hilarious, and they're treating those people like they were the worst of the worst. And I'm thinking, I said, you got Venezuela now basically emptying the prisons. I'm thinking, okay, maybe maybe a few of those governors should, should drop ship some of the, the rapists and some of the hard criminals right in there that, well, they can't prove that they're, rapists or criminals, but, they have a good idea that they are. And they just say, well, we can't decide whether they are or not. We can't vet them and we can't stop them from coming in here. So here, why don't you take those ones, I mean, they act as if that was what was happening, in Martha Vineyard,
It's
and the
crazy,
problem is,
yeah.
though, is that do they stop any of that from going into those, southern, states? And it's just like, it's just
No.
unbelievable.
No, they had absolutely no concern about the people in Martha's Vineyard as long as they weren't in Martha's Vineyard. Those 50, not 5,000, not 5 million. We get 8 to 9,000 illegal immigrants a day in the United States. They got 50 and they lost their shit. Martha's Vineyard homes sell for about 1.8 million a piece. They have hotels, entire hotels, not one, multiple of them, that can hold hundreds of people for a long period of time. And they said, oh, 50 people, hey, no problem. Here's some food. Get on that bus. Get out of here. Meanwhile, they're saying, and if you talk about that, you're the problem. You're an extremist for calling them out, for not feeding the people, not housing the people, like they're telling us everyone else should do. Everyone else should give up your home. You should not have property. You own nothing. Be happy about it. Anyone can have your property. Anyone can to live on your property from another nation. There is no border. But if you come to my door in Martha's Vineyard, well, now we got a problem. It is so duplicitous. It is so, oh God, it's maddening. And it's all connected. This all comes back, and this all goes back to the same mindset that we heard from Joe Biden when he was being absolutely honest and said to the world with Marines, with the full force of the United States government saying, hey, you better obey or else. And Michael Moore is now coming out, tone deaf as he is, saying, by the way, if you don't agree, you're evil. And we're hearing this from so many places. It's terrifying.
Yeah, and Michael Moore is kind of the temperature of the far left when it comes to the ideas, because whatever he kind of says is pretty much the same thing that you'll see AOC and Bernie Sanders say as well too. So
and he was on Bill Maher, the moderate left. Bill Maher is considered the moderate left. The progressives are upset because he's a moderate, and he's on. And I mean, I'm at a loss for words on this. How angry I am.
No, it does frustrate you. And then I don't know. I got in the program a little. Did you talk about the Italy election? What was being said there?
Yes, that we're seeing Europe is moving to the right, not going. That literally, the Guardian is considering the fact that Italy is about to elect a right-wing government. They consider that the same thing as Mussolini. The same thing as Mussolini. That's how far that the Guardian is jumping with this. And we heard the same thing being said about Sweden going to the right is the same thing as 1930s Germany. And I'm looking at the left, the news media, which is almost entirely 80% of their newsrooms are all left-leaning, left-wing individuals. And they're like appalled that anyone would dare to be even right-leaning, because that's the same thing as obviously you've gone all the way to 1930s Germany. It's insane.
Yeah, and the interesting thing was, I think it was CBS. I saw something they put out there, and I was watching it, and I was waiting. See, I'm always waiting to see what their argument is, as far as them, being far right, because they want far right's always, Hitler, Mussolini, and that sort of ideology. And I'm thinking, okay, what principles, does the party, where do they stand for? And they mentioned a couple things. One was about they're having a massive problem with immigration.
Yes.
So you've got immigrants coming into the country and basically further bankrupting their system. They have a massive social security net, in Italy that cannot financially, hold on to that. And then there's other cultural issues as well too that was being brought up. The other issue was that the other issue that was brought up was about transgenderism, and how, you know, the that she was saying that, she believes, that there's, a man and a woman, and she's against that. And so those were the two issues that were touched upon, for the argument. And the third part of the argument, though, to prove that the person was a fascist, was some sort of flame symbol, that was utilized with Italy, when Mussolini had run. So there's some sort of flame that's in it, and says, "Oh yeah, that's the far right." I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, "Wow, you guys are really, really stretching it there, with your logic." And the thing is I think that I would hope at this point, a majority of people have to be more questioning.
I don't think they are.
Yeah, it's just because the thing is when you hear Mussolini, when you hear a dictator, when you hear, or when you hear everybody, calling you Hitler all the time, when they're always calling you a fascist, when they're calling you all this, then at some point people are going to be like, well, what did they say? What do they believe? The question is though, is that we know that in our country now, I mean, the backlash against, the transgender, ideology and the grooming of children has, really, pushed, back heavily among, parents, because you're seeing, different things as far as people's, it's swayed certain elections, and, school boards are definitely being,
But they're
fought.
fighting. But the left is fighting against that, and they're
Yeah, they
telling you
are.
that you're evil to do that. If literally, we have many progressives that have come out and said that if you try and not allow an 8-year-old to decide to chop off their genitals or to take genetic blockers that are used to chemically castrate prisoners, that's evil. That if you don't allow a child to do that at 8, that you are somehow the bad guy. And I can't. And we have this reinforced. And the thing is, the people who are saying this kind of stuff are the major news media and teachers. Teachers that have your kids 8 hours a day for most of the year, and a news media that's reinforcing it every day. And we have been taught to have an authority bias. Because if it weren't for the fact that I put links, that I show the links on this program, that I include them in the description, do you know how many times I have people from the left that will take one sentence that I say and they will say, well, you can't prove that. You don't know that. Here's the source, here's the source, here's the source. Well, you still don't know that. I've been doing this for 15, 17, 20 years now. I'm 54. You're 22 telling me I don't know what I'm talking about. I have literally had kids that are straight out of college telling me I don't know anything about communism or anything about Russia when it was communist. I'm like, I lived there. I lived there. I saw the coups. I saw the tanks rolling down the street. I lived there. Not for a week, not on a vacation, a year and a half. And they have literally told me, but you just don't understand. How do I not understand my lived experience? Well, you're not a teacher. You're not a professor. You're not a guy working for one of the major news media companies. You're not a politician. This is what we have reduced everything to. It's insane.
No, it's bad. And, when you go farther into the church, I mean, I think I might have mentioned this before. It's just like the attack with the transgenderism is basically, I mean, I believe, I was saying it was just completely against anything, any man, testicles. And I think within this last week, I started hearing basically an argument for eunuchs and how they are good. And I'm just like, you got to be kidding me. So this is the new thing the left is basically do. They literally, if they can't castrate, young boys, at an age, through a process of convincing them that they're not men, then they're then going to convince them that they're better off without testicles, because now their argument is saying that, well, some people just don't want to have testicles because it actually makes them a better statesman. It makes them a better, politicians. And they go and they look at history and say, yeah, certain countries, where they had eunuchs, and then, look at, they were actually better at doing this and that. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I'm like, they're actually making the argument now for, turning our population into eunuch.
I'm trying to find it. but there has been, I believe it's 30% increase in hysterectomies because of Roe versus Wade.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And all this is doing is hurting the nation. It's hurting everyone. I'm trying to find it because I don't remember the source. Oh,
I mean, just such a hostility towards life. And again, it's the narrative that human beings, are, like I said, the bane of the world. And, the more kids, you have, the worse the planet is. And just, your existence is terrible, you know? And you'll see the elites, though, they'll be preaching this. Meanwhile, they're the ones who, according to them, they believe that certain environmental impacts, according to, they believe that carbon's a problem, utilization of, mass fossil fuels and all this other stuff, or having big properties and all this is bad for the environment. Meanwhile, they're the ones who are, indulging in the luxuries of, this, and
well, I
then
found
they
it.
meet.
I found it, by the way. You're right, but I want to show you this. I'm putting it on screen right now. This is coming from NPR. NPR News reported July 29th, 2022 at 5 a.m. More people are opting to get sterilized and some are being turned away. Now, notice the headline. More people are opting to get sterilized and some are being turned away. As in, from the headline, that the bad thing, the thing to take note of is that people are being turned away from being sterilized. That's the thing they want you to focus on, that people are being denied sterilization. Okay. And going on, they mention later in the article that we won't have the numbers until next year for some reason. I don't know why anyone can't get the numbers now, but what they are saying is that anecdotal reports indicate that more people have been undergoing permanent birth control procedures since Supreme Court's June 24th decision in Dobbs versus Jackson Roe v. Wade, which is crazy. And they knew that on July, a month afterwards, bang, people are getting, and I guarantee you the people who are getting sterilized, they're talking about 25-year-olds. That they're looking to get sterilized at 25. You know what? That's not on the right. Those aren't conservatives. I don't think they're libertarians. These are progressives. And you know what? At 25, they're coming out straight out of college. This is coming straight out of college.
Well, yeah. I mean, what was that? That one, the kid there, David Hodge or whatever, says he doesn't want to have any kids. Hogg, from the
Dave Hogg.
Parkland.
Dave Hogg. Mm-hmm.
Dave Hogg, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's just like, I don't want to have any kids. I'm like, well, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, okay, great. And the hostility and the anger towards, people and having kids, it's like, I don't want it. I'm like, my God,
When he gets to be 54, I think he might have a different idea.
Yeah, but you know what's crazy though is you have such a disdain for life, and it's just ironic though is that he came from a school where basically some individual just massacred everything, had total disregard from life, and no appreciation for it, and then you have this guy, I mean, basically he's almost siding with him, he says, well, he says, oh, I'm not gonna have kids, and I'm like, okay, so you believe that with yourself. And they always just say that, well, they believe that with themselves. But not only that, though, they want their choice to be your choice, too,
But it's
and if they can't get their way, and if they can't get their way, I mean, look at, what? Yeah, just like I said, to me, evil's evil, and that ideology and that idea, that he holds, to himself is the same ideology and beliefs, in life that the person who massacred all those, children, in his school was, and it's just dangerous. I mean, you can think of whatever way you want, but those thoughts, lead, down the same path as the shooter does.
Okay. No, I'm right there with you, man. I get it. But
Yeah.
I want to go and talk about the situation with the Afghan refugees, which I know no one's being informed about. And this also has an impact on illegal immigration. I want to go to that. Although, yeah, go ahead.
Didn't Gillibrand say that she wanted to dump them all in upstate New York?
Yes, she did.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah. Senator Kirsten Gillibrand believes that the answer to illegal immigration in New York City is to ship those illegal immigrants into upstate New York. That's her answer. Just hide them from the public by shifting them other places. That's what she said. And by the way, she said that so did the Department of Homeland Security. They came out and said it too. Their answer is, oh, Texas, Florida, they had the right idea. Ship them to other states, just not Democratic states. But we're going to just ship them all around the country so you don't notice them as much. That was from the Department of Homeland Security last Thursday. Crazy, huh?
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, the policies that they cry, bloody murder over, they've been doing the entire time. They've been shipping everybody all over the country.
We know for a fact they were shipping children at midnight into
Yep.
Memphis and into New York City. We have the flight logs of the private charter jets and the buses that were taking kids from the southern border across this nation. They've been doing it forever. Now that it's got daylight, their answer is, well, of course, we just need to do it bigger and into states that aren't Democratic. And we'll do it after the election. Don't talk about it until after the election. It's crazy. But some other people may want to call in.
Yeah.
I thank you for your comments. And I thank you for bringing the insight that you have on it. And I'm always happy to hear your voice. So I thank you for that.
All right. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
All right. So just like you've heard from Jason, you heard from John earlier, you too can call into the program at any time at 607-242-1582. You will see it scrolling above me throughout the entire show. We're happy to hear your voices. Not only voices that agree, but if you disagree. We are happy to hear everyone and hear what you have to say. So I'm going to continue on with the show, and I'm still upset about what happened with North Dakota and the fact that the news media is suppressing that. But I also want to talk to you about the other things that they're not talking to you about, that they don't want you to think about. Again, you're not supposed to think about these things. You're supposed to obey. That's it. That is the message that we are getting from the Biden-Harris administration, from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Nancy Pelosi, Adam Schiff, Beto O'Rourke. This is their answer. Obey. And if you question, you are the bad guy. Okay, so let's look at what they had to say when it comes to illegal immigration and the Afghan refugees. According to the Legal Aid Society, this is the nation's oldest and largest law firm for low-income families and individuals. Since 1876, they have been at this. Eric Adams wants to take illegal aliens and put them in a tent city. Yes, he wants to create a tent city just like what we see in Brazil just outside of Rio de Janeiro. He wants a tent city in New York, not because New York City doesn't have hotels, not because we don't have buildings that are empty that can house these people. Remember, New York City lost 750,000 people, moved out permanently outside of New York City because of the pandemic and have never returned. 750,000 people. He got 10,000 illegal aliens on top of whatever illegal aliens may already exist in New York City. And he decided, I'm going to create a tent city, not use any of the hotels, not use any of the empty buildings. He's going to put them in a tent city. The Legal Aid Society said, quote, "We are deeply concerned with any scenario in which families with children would be relegated to congregate settings. This practice, which has been widely condemned for its adverse and dangerous impact, is already subject to legal prohibitions." Eric Adams is trying to break the law to give people substandard living spaces in a city that has empty buildings that can hold 8 million people. And the left thinks he's a great guy. He is a practical progressive. This is what Eric Adams said the week after he got elected on CBS News. He is a practical progressive. And his practical progressive solution to dealing with a couple more illegal aliens than he has already had in New York City is to create a tent city, kind of like what we see in Rio de Janeiro, which is illegal, which is a violation of human rights and the rights of children, something that the progressives say they stand for. The progressives who they promise you over and over again that they're going to take care of families, they're there to protect kids, and he is violating the law and harming the human rights of those children, as the left likes to put it. Where's the outrage? There isn't any. You know why there's no outrage? Because even though a year ago, as you can see on this screen, it was September 9th of 2021, we were asking about the Afghan refugees because we already had, at that time, over 100,000 illegal aliens entering the United States every month. And that number has only increased since that time. But even then, while we had thousands of Americans who remained in Afghanistan as the Biden-Harris administration kept changing the numbers on how many Americans they abandoned in Afghanistan. They'd bring some over, and then they'd lower the number, and then they raised the number. They kept bringing them over. We asked a simple question. Actually, we asked 6 questions. Are Afghan refugees planning to be relocated to New York State, besides other states in the nation? No one knew the answer. No one has ever made a public answer. We still do not know what states Afghan refugees, 74,000 of them, have been sent to. But we do now know that New York is one of those states. 2, how many refugees are planned to be relocated to New York? Well, as of September 9th, 2021, we had no idea. The range was somewhere between 300 and 1,500. That number later became 1,100. The reality has nothing to do with any of that. It's way over all the numbers I just gave you. 3, what counties have been targeted as relocation zones for these Afghan refugees? How many refugees will go to each relocated county? We don't know. That answer still has not been given. 4, will these refugees be fully vetted as per U.S. standards, which takes 18 to 36 months? And if not, is New York only accepting translators and other Afghans that were previously vetted by the United States? The answer to that is no. They're not vetted. We don't know who they are. They have to go through the immigration process to stay in the United States. We have no idea who these people are. Do all refugees to be relocated in New York State have COVID-19 vaccinations or testing? No, they don't. They don't. And now, doesn't matter anymore. 6, what is the estimated cost of the relocation of Afghan refugees to New York State and the counties currently identified for relocation? We don't know. I do know that the federal government has spent $7 million. Let me say it again. $7 million, New York State alone, for these refugees. New York State is $6 billion in the hole. We have a deficit. We don't have the money to pay for the things we do as is. And we increased it by $7 million. Now, you may say that's okay. That's fine. But that's a fact. Meanwhile, these non-vetted Afghan refugees that we took into America en masse while leaving American citizens in Afghanistan, some of them have been creating problems. Now, in 2021, everyone said, well, that's not a problem. It's only a handful of these guys. That it has never not been a problem. This was August 22nd of 2022. Afghan refugee arrested in New Mexico, slaying of 3 Muslim men. That's, mind you, there was national outrage. Oh my God, those Afghan refugees, they're in danger. Muslims are in danger in America. They're being killed. They left out when you saw that headline this summer, when they were talking about the men who were being killed and that Afghans and Muslims were being targeted for murder, when you heard that national headline, they left out that the guy who did it is an Afghan Muslim. They left that out. That's the fact. Reported by The Hill, reported by the state of New Mexico. This is from the Albuquerque Journal. Oh, was that important? Maybe that was important because the message you were supposed to get, the one you were supposed to obey, is that anyone complaining about illegal aliens, immigrants, anyone complaining about the Afghan refugees not being vetted, well, they were evil. That's what you're supposed to think, because they're targeting Muslims and they're targeting Afghans, except it's their own people who were targeting them. It was an Afghan Muslim who was killing them. Their own people were killing themselves because none of them were vetted. It wasn't an American problem. It's not been an American problem. But they want you to think it is so that you will obey. Now, let's look at this, and I want to make sure that I showed you the problem. And again, all the links will be included at in the description afterwards. We know that 1 year, 2,700, not 300, not 1,100, not 1,500, 2,700 Afghan refugees are in New York State alone. That is double, more than double, the number we were told we were going to get. The news media, you can look for this really hard. You will not see a single news media posting that tells you when the Afghan refugees came to New York, or how many of them came to New York, or where they went to in New York. I looked, couldn't find it. But we know now, on August 26th, we found out they're here. They're in New York. When did they get here? We don't know. How did they get here? We don't know. How much money is it costing us? We don't know. Are they vetted? We don't know. Where are they living? We don't know. You might want to know those things because it affects your taxes. It affects your community. Depending on who you're getting there, it might affect your safety. But we don't know. They didn't bother to tell us any of this information. This is from New York State. We don't know what happened with this. We just know that it was about humanitarian aid. We had to do this. But we know that state lawmakers agreed to spend $5 million on refugee services and an additional $2 million in anticipation of the refugees. That was for 1,100 refugees. We have 2,700, which means we're looking at up to $14 million being spent on these refugees. Now, one question you might want to ask about that is, what are we spending millions on? Is that for their getting them somewhere to live? Is that for their food? Is it for clothing? No, it's to get them lawyers. The bulk of the money is so that they can get lawyers so that they can sign for permanent status in America. That's why. $14 million, potentially up to $14 million of your taxes are going to be spent to be able to get them a lawyer so they can fill out paperwork that the United States government can then look through so they can vet them so they can decide if they stay in America or not. Did you follow all that? Because it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I mean, if you vetted them in the first place, we wouldn't need the lawyers to fill out the paperwork so that it could be vetted. We'd already be done with this. We'd have already figured this out. Now, I know what you're saying, Mike, but that's not fair. I mean, open borders, we had to take care of them. Okay, we did have to take care of them. Do we have to put them in hotels? Thousands of Afghan refugees, this is from March 15th, numbers have changed, but thousands were in hotels for months on months. And we know that these problems are not ending. Screen is frozen. Come on. There we go. Now, I'm not picking on the Afghan refugees per se. I am picking on the situation that we created, that the federal government, that Joe Biden created in his hapdash process of running away. Just scooping up people and taking them over and saying, we'll figure it out afterwards. And you'll pay for it. You will pay for it. That's all. I mean, I'm sure they're happy. Like in Kentucky, a year after fleeing Afghanistan, they're terrified about being deported because they still aren't vetted, because this was never meant to be permanent. This was temporary, because we didn't think it through, because no one stopped to say, what are we going to do? We're spreading them across America. We have no idea what to do with them. And by the way, we only gave them 2 years to be here. And then what? What happens at the end of 2 years? They have 1 year left. What happens then? Are we going to scoop up all 74,000 of them? We're going to find them across America, wherever we've dispersed them? We don't even know where they are. So what if we find out, oh, well, this guy, you know how many? 74,000 have been brought. About 300, I believe it's about 350. And of course, I lost my spot. But I believe about 350 illegal aliens have been deported out of 74,000. This is crazy. Meanwhile, our government, at the same time, the same government that doesn't know what to do with these Afghan refugees is the same one that's telling us, like in the Afghan embassy, if you ask them, according to June 8th, 2022, they have no idea how many Americans are in Afghanistan. They are saying the same thing we said in September 1st of 2022. Joe Biden said, there's 100 to 200 Americans in Afghanistan today. You ask the Afghan embassy for the United States, there's somewhere between 100 and 200 American citizens. Except we know for a fact that since September of 2021 and today, over 800 Americans have been evacuated. They're telling us the same story, the same line over a year, and we know for a fact it's not true. They said 100 Americans, 800 have returned. Obviously, their numbers are wrong. They're telling us today that it's only 100 to 200. They have no idea. And by the way, if you look up how many Americans are in Afghanistan, you will not find a single answer from the federal government or any major news media out there. In fact, there is no major news media source even talking about this. They will not even consider this question. By the way, when I asked every major, I spoke to County Executive Jason Garnar, I spoke to then Congressman Antonio Delgado before he abandoned the American people. I spoke to Claudia Tenney. I talked to Donna Lapardo. I tried to reach out to appointed Governor Hochul. I asked them about these 6 questions about the Afghan refugees. They have no answer. I asked them about the Americans who are abandoned in Afghanistan. I have no answer. To this day, not one of the Democrats that I asked the question of have ever given me an answer. Not one. No, I stand correct. Donna Lapardo told me she has no idea. That was the only answer I got. Donna Lapardo, Assemblywoman Donna Lapardo said, Mike, I don't know. There is no answer at this time. I have never received a follow-up answer. I have no follow-up email. Meanwhile, there's 2,700 in our state, all over the state, don't know who they are, where they are, don't know anything about them. She hasn't followed up on it, didn't decide to let me know that the situation changed or that we're spending at least $7 million, if not $14 million of our taxes on them, which means my property taxes just went up. Your property taxes just went up. Your rent just went up. This is on top of the inflation that you're paying. And we still don't know how many Americans are in Afghanistan. And we know there's 10,000 Americans in Ukraine. And it's going to get harder to get them home because, surprise, surprise, September 24th, Joe Biden ended Afghanistan as a major non-NATO ally. Now, what does that mean? We cut our diplomatic ties. We're not going to give money to Afghanistan anymore. Key point. And I know you're not going to see this news in American news media. I had to go to the Times of India to find this out. This isn't in news media in the United States. For a year after we left Afghanistan running away because Joe Biden wanted to retreat, even after we left thousands of Americans in Afghanistan, even as we have tens of thousands of Afghan refugees that we have no idea what to do with and that we spread across this country without telling the American people about it, even as some of them who are unvetted are criminals, killing their own as well as others, what he did is he was still giving money to Afghanistan. He was giving money to the Taliban because they were a major non-NATO ally. He was funneling money to the Taliban, and it took him a year to figure out that maybe we shouldn't be giving money to the Taliban. A year. Is this insane, folks? And I'm the bad guy, according to Joe Biden, according to Tim Ryan of Ohio, according to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, according to that demonic man in North Dakota. I'm the bad guy because I'm asking these questions, because I'm letting you know about the news that not even the United States news media wants you to read. They don't want you to think about it. Because if you find out, oh, we just stopped giving money to Afghanistan. Why were we giving them money for a year? Why were we funding the Taliban? Hey, if you're on the left and you're worried about women's rights, what I want you to understand that Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, the left were giving money to the Taliban to take away the rights of women. You funded that. Your guys. They just didn't tell you about it. But that's what they did. And I'm the bad guy because I'm the messenger telling you the news. Crazy. Hey, John Cordisco's here. Oh, John's funny. John has a joke. John Cordisco says all of our problems can be solved by one person, Stacey Abrams. Yeah, okay. God help us. This isn't Star Trek Discovery. Thank God. I tell you, folks, this is crazy. Now, if there is anyone who is watching this on the left and you think I am wrong, no problem. Reach out to Antonio Delgado, appointed Governor Kathy Hochul, or any of the others and ask them. Hello, and thank you for calling into the program. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael Voss. May I ask, what's your first name?
Michael, you don't think Stacey Abrams is going to save us?
Hello, John Cordisco. No, I don't.
How's it going?
That woman is a problem.
I'm disappointed. She's got her thumb on the pulse of the nation.
She's got her thumb on a ham sandwich.
I was looking into the story and I saw the video where she, and I actually wasn't taken out of context. She actually said that sonogram machines are built to make a fake noise to sound like a heartbeat to control women's bodies.
Yes, I heard that. There is no heartbeat at 6 weeks. I saw your video on it as well.
It's the machine.
She's out of her mind.
It's the machine that was purposely done to control women's bodies. And I went, I couldn't say what I wanted to say because it's YouTube, you know.
I know.
I mean, how can he be that effing crazy
Because
and be someone that has influence over millions?
Because the medical device manufacturers are all Republicans that all believe in pro-life, and therefore they all designed with the scientists who had to design it and the engineers who had to design it and the programmers. They all got together in a meeting and designed it so that it would show a heartbeat at 6 weeks, because scientifically, which has been proven that it does exist, it doesn't exist. It's one big lie, because she's a progressive. You're not supposed to ask questions. Obey, stop speaking.
No, I'm still torn between whether these morons actually believe this or they're just grifters, but I think they're starting to believe their own nonsense.
They've been believing it, man. That's why, look at them try and justify it. You may not have seen the show earlier. I've been going through between the North Dakota murder, assassination of a kid because he's a Republican.
Yeah. What was it? $2 million for Kyle Rittenhouse, who was innocent, but $50,000 for somebody that admitted they did it.
Yeah, and that's the key. Admitted. He's already admitted that he did the murder.
No, but we don't have a two-tier justice system. Come on now. That's just radical thinking.
And John, he also admitted the motive. He told us why he did it. It's because the kid's a Republican extremist. And where did that come from, Joe Biden?
I can see the first day that this idiot talked to a lawyer, and the lawyer went, "You said what?"
Yeah, I mean...
You admitted you did it, you moron?
And like I was saying earlier in the show, and he went to the judge and said, why do I have to pay a bail? Why do I have to pay $50,000 for bail? I'm a family man. I have a job and a house and bills. Why would I'm not a flight risk. Totally eliminating and ignoring the fact that he just denied another human being any of that because his eyes, he's not human. He's a Republican.
The real radicalization is this. Say you were in Germany in the late 1930s and you knew what was going to happen. You were a time traveler. You would do anything possible to stop what was coming and stop those evil people. They think the same. Anything is on the table to stop evil, no matter what you have to do, because the cause is righteous.
But it's not righteous.
I know.
It is so anti. What I was saying earlier in the show, you may have missed it. I said, I believe that, remember we were talking about Civil War? We've talked about it a couple times. I think we're in the Civil War. We just don't know it yet.
It's not going to be like...
no, we're in it.
It's not going to be like the 1860s with lined up troops and soldiers and states. This is a cultural civil war, to be honest with you, more than anything.
Yeah, we're already in it. We're already having the fights. And we're seeing intermittent skirmishes of absolute assassination.
And why it looks so much worse is because for, I would say, at least 20 to 30 years, the left progressive side has controlled all the major media institutions and a lot of cable news, social media. And now that the other side, our side, is starting to really fight back for real, it makes it look like the conflict is 10 times worse. The only reason why it's worse because the other side is finally saying this is enough and we're fighting back.
It's insane that, I showed everyone on the show earlier. Matter of fact, I'll do it again right this second. That you cannot find the major news media covering this. Like, for the first 2 days of the news, not one news media outlet was talking. We're talking about the majors. Other than Fox, no one was talking about it. It took them 3, maybe 4 days before ABC and Newsweek are the only ones talking about it. And if
Michael, think about this. It made news for almost a week that Trump got 2 scoops of ice cream and everybody got 1.
Yes, I know.
No, you know what it is? The media in our culture has become a giant Babylon Bee article.
Sadly.
I mean, if you could put in the Babylon Bee 2 years ago, Stacey Abrams says the machines were made on purpose to make sound like a heartbeat to control women's bodies. That would be a joke.
She's so, and the left, there are so many on the left that listen to her and think that she is some kind of godsend genius.
And in that video, do you see a couple people on the stage just nodding their heads like, bobbleheads? Like,
it was like the people who were listening to Michael Moore. I showed a tape of Michael Moore speaking. And they're just
this is going to be a huge blue wave. Yeah, it's going to overtake everything.
Yeah, Alaskans voted for Democrat. Even Republican Alaskans voted for a Democrat, and they're all like, yay! It's like, no, they didn't. Ranked choice voting. No, they absolutely did not. You nullified the Republican votes.
Well, no, see, is not telling the whole truth the same as lying?
Yes, but not if you're a Democrat. Not if you're a progressive.
What is a religious line? A lie of omission.
Yeah, it's a lie of omission, a white lie. You're just omitting certain facts. I didn't
tell you the part that was ranked choice voting, and over 67% of the people voted for a Republican, but the Democrat took it, so the wave is coming. Oh, okay.
Literally, I don't know if you saw this video, and I had it up before. Michael Moore is saying that everyone in the major news media is wrong. That everyone has, every poll that has been taken to date is absolutely wrong, and that Democrats are going to win in a landslide. This is what Michael Moore said.
Oh, come on. You got to show him now. You're going to give me agita.
I know. But
for those of you not Italians out there, that's not pleasant.
But no, this is what he says. And he absolutely believes it. He thinks that Democrats are, this is why, and I think this is why Biden was talking to Michael Moore and people like him who absolutely believe they're in an echo chamber. They think they're right.
They think he has credibility because he predicted Trump winning in 2016. That's why they think he has credibility, and everybody believes him now because he called the biggest FU in history. Remember all that? And Trump won. He predicted that, so now they think everything comes out of his mouth is Nostradamus-like.
He's insane. He's been, everything he's done has been proven to, almost everything he's done has been proven to be so biased and wrong.
What I said the other day, one of my episodes was the thing like one of your chat people just said about Biden with she was 12 and I was 30 line.
Yeah.
Every single one of these huge, humongous F-ups and screw-ups that these people do consistently, and they're not like one here, one there. They're consistent like every day.
Yeah.
Close your eyes and reverse the people in them. If Donald Trump had stood there as president of the United States and said, I got a lot from that woman. She was 12 and I was 30. It would be the end of Western civilization.
Wait a minute. Are you trying to say that when, I forget her name now, under Trump's press secretary, I forget her name.
Oh, Kaylee.
Yeah.
She was sharp, by the way.
She was. And imagine if she had ever told the news media, no one's walking across the border. And then you saw a picture of people walking across the border. And then you saw another reporter asking the illegal aliens, how did you get here? I walked across the border. And imagine if that happened under a Trump administration.
And then they said, we came because President Trump invited us.
Yeah. It would have been absolutely ballistic.
I mean, he probably would have to have resigned.
Yeah.
The second president ever to resign in my lifetime, ever. But here's the thing. I just don't. I know I was a Democrat for a long time, but I wasn't a cult member. I mean, I saw a lot of the problems of the party and eventually left it. But how can he have such a mental and psychological hold on roughly 40-odd% of the voting public? That is such a mystery to me. I can't figure it out.
Because he's not hearing that. He's hearing Michael Moore on Bill Maher. That's what he's being fed. Besides the fact that Joe Biden has no idea what's going on, besides the fact that he needs a cue card, literally, to tell him where to sit and what to say, he has no idea. And the rest of them are all Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, AOC. They're not in front of the public. None of these guys are ever around real people. They only show up
So-
when they have to make a speech, like when Schumer came to Binghamton, because hemp was going to be the answer to the economic woes of the Southern
yeah, I
tier.
remember that. I
Yeah.
remember that. Yeah.
Donna Lapardo, Assemblywoman Donna Lapardo, promised she had the home run. She has the answer to all the problems for the income of the Southern tier of New York. Hemp is coming into New York, and it will revolutionize everything. And in comes Schumer saying, I did this, even though he didn't. It was Lepardo herself who did it. And what have we resulted in that? No new businesses, and we lost a bunch of money because we made deals, tax deals, with 3 different businesses that made no money. Meanwhile, Donna Lapardo is running for assembly, saying she's great and she's done a fantastic job. She screwed up.
Well, yeah. You look at it was funny when I was a councilman. I forget what they call these guys. They basically have projections what to do in the outline for economic and social things in the next 20 years and all these plans. And I remember the guy sitting there at a conference or at a meeting. He says, we usually go through 20-year cycles, which is generational. He says, you guys are stuck in an 80 to 90-year cycle. And he goes, I do this for a living and I can't figure it out. This whole area in the Southern tier of New York is in this spiral downward for the last 4 generations without let up.
But it's not just here. It is across.
Oh, no, I understand.
We are like a microcosm. Literally, folks, if you looked it up, the percentages of population and all that, the Broome County is basically a microcosm of America. And we're screwed. We're screwed.
You drive from here, south through Scranton, and then west through the Rust Belt. It's all the same. Utica's in the same boat we're in. I lived there for 4 years. It's all the same sickness. All comes from the same disease. And they just now I thought about this the other day. How many people I went to high school with are gone now out of this area? How many people? I have a lot of cousins.
40%.
A ton of them.
40%.
It's coming up on 80. The
Wow.
ones that I know. My first cousins that my father had 6 sisters and a brother, so I got a ton of cousins on the one side. And my mother's side, all the cousins, 80% are gone. I look at, you go on, there's a graduation site where you can talk back and forth with people who graduated with, I forget, like high school or something. And they're all gone. One's in Florida, one's in California, one's here, one's there. And they come back to visit on the holidays. And when their parents pass away, they stop coming back because their brothers and sisters are gone. There's no point coming back here anymore, even for holidays.
See, but that's the illusion of people thinking they can get away from the problem and they take the problem with them. You want to get...
No, they've done very well for themselves. They got out when the getting out was good. They saw there was greener pastures, and there really was in the South and in the Southwest.
Yeah, but
they saw 20 years ago they could have a better life in another state.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Maybe the first couple of people, like in 2014, when Andrew Cuomo said, if you're a conservative, if you like having the Second Amendment, if you're religious, get out of New York State. It's not for you. We're progressives here. If you left then, I understand it. But today, they kept leaving. And it's not just the Republicans and conservatives. It's not just the libertarians. We've seen a massive number of the progressives that have swept out of New York into other states, turning them purple, instituting the same laws.
That's a recent development. I'm talking about through the 70s, 80s, 90s, early 2000s,
okay.
The mass brain drain that the Northeast and deep blue states have. Yes, and some of them are spreading their progressive type attitudes and turning states purple. That I get, but I'm just talking about the fact that even 80% of the people we know and grew up with are gone, not because they're leftist morons, is because they thought, I have to get the hell out of here. This place is going nowhere for me, my future, and my children.
Yeah, no, I understand. You're right. If they were getting out then versus now.
Excuse me, my allergies kicking my butt.
No problem.
Oh, I have forced hot air in my house, and when it first kicks on, everything that's been in the ducts all summer. But Yeah, it's I mean, I remember when they made a big deal when Donald Trump dumped the fish food
Yeah.
with Abiy, the prime minister, rest his soul.
Yes.
They made a big deal that he dumped fish food because they edited a video. This is how insane it is, and how these people look at them for credibility is beyond me.
I don't understand it. It is confusing. When we can go week after week after week, and we see example after example, you know, Kamala Harris is about to go back to South Korea. That's Thursday. She's going to be back down there to speak to the president, President Yoon of South Korea, who has no confidence in the American government. He just said that at the UN this week. He said no confidence. Got caught in a hot mic. Doesn't believe in the Biden administration and the Democratic Congress. Has no faith in them. She's going to show up there. The last time she was in South Korea, she created an international incident and ruined U.S. South Korean relations by wiping her hand after shaking then President Moon's hand. Caught on international TV, international incident.
No, but Michael, the dumping of the fish food is what caused the international crisis.
Yeah, and that's the problem. Meanwhile, and she's going down there and to make the point, North Korea fired the 16th ballistic missile, saying, "Hey, America's weak."
Yeah, South Korea is in a very precarious spot. It has been for a long, long time since the Korean conflict or Korean War, whatever you want to call it, which never technically ever stopped. It was never an armistice sign, so technically it was still at war.
Yes, we still are. Yes.
I mean, it's amazing to me. But the part I can understand the grifters in the mainstream media because they're making money off of this foolishness and these lies. But the 40-odd% of the American people that believe it, that's the thing that really scares the hell out of me.
It scares me that 30% of independents thought Joe Biden was perfectly fine as he threatened Americans in Philadelphia. It scares me and terrifies me that the news media can get away with saying, see, Biden's numbers are doing great because they bumped up a little bit and they're not at the absolute bottom anymore. That people like Michael Moore is pushing misinformation out there saying it's going to be a blue wave. You just don't know it yet. We're being told by the Biden-Harris administration, the economy is great. You're just too dumb to realize that. Don't mind the inflation, the increase of interest rates, the fact that we're spending money like drunken sailors wish they could. It's insane.
I remember I was about 3 or 4 months ago. I was in a local ice store. And I said to the young lady, I was bagging up my stuff because I bring my reusable bags. And I said, it's funny, that was $86. I said, 3 months ago, that was like $50. And the cashier goes, yeah, I know. And the lady standing behind me says, yeah, what about that? And, and there was another couple standing behind her. And I turned to her and I said, I didn't use any names in politics. I went, well, ma'am, that's what happens. What would you expect after pumping in trillions of dollars into the economy? You got to expect inflation. And she turned to me and said, how do you figure? And a couple behind her is laughing. I says, ma'am, I really don't have the time to explain that here in line. I wish you well. But that's what happens when you pump in money like that. She looked at me like I was nuts, absolutely clueless.
There are people, we had one of the audience had mentioned that crackers, saltines, are almost impossible to find. When they did find it, the price went from 79 cents for, you get the box with 4 rows of saltines in it. Used to cost 79 cents. It costs $1.50 now. And they're telling us, no, but the economy is good.
Well, what are you going to have now? By my old store, you're going to have guys standing in the corner going, yo, I got some saltines.
You would think it's like gold or something. It's like, oh my God, we're running out of saltines in the world. Oh my God.
Yeah, I got some Fruit Loops, man. Goes Hody, buddy.
Well, they were already doing that when it came to baby food formula, literally. There's video of people out there that are doing that.
Yeah, you know when the drug dealers on the corner now are selling baby formula and saltines, you know something's awry.
But I tell you, I look at all this stuff and I can't help but say, where the hell are we going? And I am upset. I am so upset because I think we've hit the Rubicon. We're about to cross it. It is absolutely important. It is vital that we talk about what happened in North Dakota and that we point out we have gone too far. Biden has gone too far. I
think the Rubicon crossing, there were several incidents, but I think the major one was when the DOJ started to be the Gestapo for the current administration. That was crossing the Rubicon.
Well, yes, when they decided that they want to go after moms and dads, parents for being involved in their schools and having the FBI come down on them, investigate them because they dared to ask what's going on in their school. There's that.
I mean, everybody knows that crossing the Rubicon, the Roman soldiers don't cross the river towards Rome, and that caused a big deal. You don't use, I mean, this makes Watergate, and they use the DOJ after their enemies, look like a joke. And I was around back then, and there's been a lot of books written that the CIA was involved in that too, in the Watergate stuff, and the FBI and the DOJ. Well, they made a huge deal out of it. That was the biggest scandal in the history of the U.S. Politics. Well, this is like 50 times that. It dwarfs it, and nobody's saying a word.
But I think that for the average person, what's happening with the illegal aliens, the Afghan refugees, and most especially now with the assassination, the political assassination of a child. And I know if any of the viewers are 18, they're watching it and they're like, I'm not a child. I'm 54. To me, you're a child. And that's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. I wish I were 18 again.
You're a child compared to me because my clothes are older than you are.
Well, that's you. But
well, no, I've seen some of the stuff you wear. You got clothes that are 18 years old too.
Might have a suit or two. But anyway.
Paisley shirts, that gave it away right away.
Yeah. Hey, this is new. This is only like 2 years old.
Paisley's coming. All the
Paisley's
stuff we
back.
wore when we were younger is coming back in style.
Hell yes, Paisley's back. And
thank God, not the polyester. Oh, that was the worst.
Don't pick on me. Jan in the audience will rip you apart for picking on me. She thinks I look good right now.
Oh, no, I like Paisley shirts. I had a couple myself. But the thing is, though, thank God they're not that old polyester. That was the worst.
Yes. Oh, God.
Gosh.
Those who are younger don't know.
Why the hell are saltines quadrupling in price? That's just, those oddities just bug me.
If we're seeing that kind of a price increase for saltines, for crackers, what's happening with meat, eggs, cheese?
I don't think people don't understand. Gas, food, every little thing when it comes to the economy, especially the U.S. economy, everything is connected.
But I think the answer is, and tell me if you think I'm wrong, it's because the major media, in particular social media, aren't telling people. We have things like Google and Facebook and Twitter are suppressing anything that is not the approved message. You're supposed to believe the economy is great. And it's hard as hell to find anything that will point to the truth.
I hate to give more bad news to people that are listening or anybody that will listen to this video after you archive it on YouTube. I helped work on 8 city budgets in the early 2000s, 2000 to 2007.
Right.
And not just New York State, where we live upstate, every single municipality, every single state, their pension funds are locked in the stock market. Now, as the stock market plummets like it did in the, I would say, late 2000s, the property taxes here locally and all over the country went out of control. I'm telling people that's next. That's the next blow. My guess, upstate New York and nationwide, we're looking at 20 to 30% property tax increases over a 3 or 4 year period. That's my prediction because that has happened several times. Be prepared, folks. I don't know where you're going to get the money from.
People just haven't even considered. They think they're going to get into crypto, and crypto is inflation proof, which is a lie. down 57, 60% because inflation.
No, that's okay. If you got some money on the side and you want to experiment and try something new, all right, that's your thing. That's fine. I don't have a problem with it. But the thing is, though, it's coming. It's coming. These pension funds are losing billions and billions of dollars in value, paper value, because of the dropping of the stock market. Everybody says, well, only the rich people involved in the stock market. No. Everything is tied in together. Everything always has been tied in together, whether it's the price of saltines or it's the New York State Pension Fund. Everything is connected.
Yes.
And people just don't grasp that concept. They just don't get it.
Because they're not being taught to grasp it. Because the government, which is supposed to be smarter than the rest of us, are going to come to save us, to answer everything. Because that's what we're told. They're brilliant. They gained intelligence points by osmosis. And they are just so smart about everything as they ruin it before our eyes. Because they have a good spin.
I don't have any master's degrees or PhDs. I consider myself average intelligence, and I figured it out in like 30 seconds.
Be glad you don't, because if you got a degree like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, you would think that we can just keep printing money.
As Ben Shapiro says, your degree in lesbian dance theory.
Yeah, which is a real degree.
Yeah, I know it is. And so is some of this stuff. I remember we used to be a real degree, and it was cutting edge science, culture, biology, everything. It was cutting edge, and it was taught in all the universities. It was major courses that swept the United States and then later swept Europe. And that concept, that theory, was called genetics. Eugenics, excuse me.
Oh, eugenics? Eugenics is old. Eugenics is
what
bad.
I'm trying to say is that I'm using that comparison with the CRT and the trans stuff, that this is all supposed to be cutting edge science and culture and social. They were convinced that eugenics was exactly right, and universities taught it at the highest level, and books were written, and it swept Europe, the United States, and it was all BS.
It's like phrenology.
But it was cutting edge science. It was a revelation that they found, and of course it was all BS, just like this other stuff we're dealing with today. It's the exact same thing. It's the same soup, just reheated.
It's always the same soup because it's all about emotional manipulation. It is about denying information. It is about misinforming the people and buying them off to not ask questions.
That's the ironic twist, that when we were younger, when you had to look up something, we had to go to the library.
Yep.
And there was no other place to go, or if you had a encyclopedia set at your house, maybe.
Sometimes.
Now with the internet and the information age, all the facts that you need to know, you just got to dig a little bit. Like people, you go through the good ones and leave off the bad ones. You go through and you get some information. It takes you 15 minutes online. Information has never been easier to find and understand. And the total opposite happened.
We have in our hands more information than the Library of Alexandria, and we have some of the most stupid people running around.
Yep.
We have some collectively in the world. We are dumber than we have ever been, and we have more information available to us at a second.
That's such an incredible irony. I'm sure books and papers have been written about why that is. It's just amazing to me. I mean, we were younger. We had to go spend a lot of time and physical effort to find out information that we wanted. Now you can just do it without leaving your chair, and people got dumber.
It just doesn't make any sense to me. But
I'm not a psychologist.
You know what it is? We have taught people not to ask questions or how to ask questions. No one is asking, how many Americans are in Afghanistan right now? No one, the concept to even ask that question never crosses the average person's mind.
The conversation I had yesterday. We used to have a chess club behind my store.
Yeah.
And every Saturday, we'd a bunch of guys go down and hang around and play, fool around. Well, I sold my store, so we meet in Port Dick Park, just north of Binghamton, for these guys that are from around here. And it's going to start getting cold weather out, so we can't, go there because it's going to get really cold and you can't So we're trying to figure out where to go. One guy said there's this place in the Oakdale Mall. And then one guy says, well, there's this room they'll let us use in the public library. And I went, I'd rather not go there. They go, why? I says, because we tried to go there last year and the year before, and it was mask mandatory, and I refused to go. Who are you to tell me whether I should wear one or not? It's none of your business.
Right.
They said, well, you don't have to wear one now, John. What's your problem? I said, the problem is now they're giving me permission to go into a public space that I help pay for. Now they're saying it's okay that I don't wear one. Who the hell are they? And he looked at me like I was nuts.
Because you're not supposed to question. That's the whole
He
thing.
looked at me like, well, what's your problem? You don't have to do it now. I
No.
said, you're missing the entire point.
They often are. But let me ask you this. Earlier in the program, at the start of the show, I was talking about Italy and North Korea. We now see that Chile has rejected wholesale the most progressive constitution ever written on the face of the earth.
And where's
We
that
have-
now?
Chile.
Oh,
That was
Chile.
it.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Yep.
they rejected that wholesale.
Right.
Immediately after that, Sweden voted to a right-leaning government, which was demonized.
Right leaning by their standards.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's why I said
Yeah.
leaning,
Yeah.
not a right, but right
Yeah, what they
leaning.
consider right for us is probably a center left, but
Yes. So, but it's against the progressive direction of the EU. And
yeah,
now
it's
we
starting
have
to turn the other way. Yeah.
right. And now Italy is about to elect a right-leaning government, which they are describing as being the equivalent of Mussolini. Literally, that came from the Guardian. Guardian
Well,
today.
of course, yeah.
Is there a movement around the world more towards conservatism? And if that is the
Yes.
case, is that going to help America, or are we going to see the progressives stage a fight to maintain the progressive ideology?
I think the worm is slowly turning. It's like I used to say when I was a councilman, it's like turning an aircraft carrier with a pencil. It takes a long time, and it takes a lot of inertia to get it to stop going in a certain direction, and then it takes a whole lot of inertia for it to move in the other direction. And I think that inertia is starting to turn just a hair. I think Brexit was the beginning of the European go to, I wouldn't say right, I would say conservative thinking. Brexit, I think, was a huge point in European history to get out of the EU. And the EU's been around quite a while. And I think that was the beginning of the end of the globalists. Now, we've always had a global economy. Don't confuse that with globalism. Not the same. But I think things are starting to turn. Now, as far as the U.S. goes, will that help us? Well, of all the Western countries, we've been the most conservative compared to them,
Yes, tradition.
traditionally. And I think that it is going to help us because people are people, whether you're a factory worker in the UK or you work at the used car lot in Des Moines, Iowa. People are people, and they see what's going on around them. And Europe is starting to turn. We're starting to turn. And I hope and pray that the momentum doesn't stop and the leaders that it brings up do the right thing. That's the fear. The leaders that it brings up, which direction are they going to take it in? Are they going to continue to go in a conservative route? Or are they going to be grifters and do what they want?
Good question, because I think that when we get to the lame duck session, I think, Republicans win. They'll take the House. They'll take the Senate.
That's where they come the most dangerous, when they have nothing to lose.
And I think that we're going to see a lame duck session that's going to come out and say, we're in a recession. Inflation's going to go to at least 15%, if not higher. I think they're going to spend a huge bill, a huge package, probably like Pennsylvania is suggesting, to send out another check to everyone in America because of inflation, which will, of course, create more inflation, but they don't care. And I think that you're going to see them try and do things like what Chris Jacobs was doing. I talked about him earlier in New York, where they're going to try and ban or license rifles, semi-automatic rifles, to try and shut down as much of the Second Amendment as they can, to leave everything as much of a mess as possible. Because like a couple of people brought up, Then when the Republicans come in January, they have to deal with nothing but a stagflation, perhaps even a light depression, with everything screwed. And they're going to try and have to fix that. And Democrats are going to sit back and go, see, it's it's the Republicans' fault. They did it all.
No, I get that part. And I don't know. I'm not that much of an historian on the details, but when they've ever had these huge swings and changes in the House, as far as parties go, we have to look at the past. And there's going to be some harm done. And I think my gut tells me, yeah, there's going to be some radicals that got voted out that are madder than hell, and they're going to try to do some damage. But I think the damage is going to be a lot less than you think.
Well, I don't know that they can pass all of that, but the thing I think they are going to pass is they're going to try and get something in for the college debt.
Oh, they're going to try.
And I
they
think,
always do.
Yeah, but I think they'll get it. With the lame duck, when we have Liz Cheney, we have John, what's his name? Chris Jacobs and John Katko all voting with the Democrats.
Oh, no, I get that part, yeah. Well, that's and our system has been tested because that was the founder's genius of the Senate. Yeah. Now, we're on the edge. I mean, I wouldn't want to test our constitutional government any farther than we already have, but I think the system will hold up. That the firewall, so to speak, of the Senate will hold up. Now, granted, whoever's running it, Mitch McConnell and them, I roll my eyes at, Schumer, our senator. I mean, we were lucky enough to have some of the two worst senators in the entire Senate, but that's a different issue. I think the system will hold itself up, but it's going to be tested. It's going to be, the firewall is going to be tested, and I pray that it holds.
Well, I hope so, too.
And I think that's the brilliance of our system. Everybody says, well, all you Americans think you're better than everybody else in the world. No, frankly, I don't. Everybody is just as evil or just as good anywhere in the world. The difference is we have the best system, so that makes our people look better. And that's the difference that these morons just can't grasp.
That's crazy. Let me do this. I'm sorry, I just got a message that came in.
That's
Sorry.
okay. No, that's fine.
I want to, we've been on for a little while, so I want to give it a little time for anyone else that may want to call in before we end the show.
Of course, yeah.
Because we're getting it's 4 hours in, so we're getting close to the end.
Well, that's like a soundbite to you.
God knows, yeah, I've gone longer than this, but I want to make sure.
I just want to leave it with this, everybody. I just did a video on my channel that we're going to have to take faith in McCarthy and McConnell and all them if and when they do take over. And I know that's like Charlie Brown, the football. I get it. We really don't have a choice. But I want to make sure all of you out there, and there's people that are going to be watching this video after, if and when the Republicans take over and they screw it up again, that you make sure that you're not silent. And just don't call your local representative, whether it be senator or congressman. Call as many as you can. Getting the phone numbers of these people is easy. Just go online and voice your displeasure. You'd be surprised. I was a local elected official, 4 or 5 phone calls, even in a congressional district, complaining about something can actually have a lot bigger effect than you think.
Yeah, because most people don't. So
yeah, the ones, yeah, they won't. So they get barraged with, say, 50, 75 phone calls in a congressional district. They're going to actually start paying attention because they're behinds now they're trying to cover.
Yeah, they'll flip out.
So don't pretend like, all right, we won, but then we lost again. No, make sure you follow up after the election.
Yeah. Good point.
And that's my advice to everybody. Don't let them get away with it.
No, you made some good points.
I think we'll be okay. We got some rough road the next 3 to 4 years, but I think we'll come out the other side as we always have through every single crisis because we have the best system that's ever been devised, and that will carry on. And I believe it to be true.
Well, you know what? That's why we're having our conversations with the public to make sure.
Like I said, yeah. Well, that's why we end up with the most I would say, freedom-loving, innovative, and caring and giving people on the face of the earth because we have the best system. And that will continue on, I have no doubt. It's just going to get beat up a little bit. It'll come on the other side and we'll be fine.
Yep. All right, John.
Okay, take care, everybody. God bless, and have a good afternoon.
You as well.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So, folks, just like John was just called in, you heard from Jason earlier and John Rastusha with J-Rest Break. You too can call in at 607-242-1582. Please also, while you're watching the program, please don't forget, subscribe, like, share. Most of all, subscribe, because we're trying to get to 1,000 subscribers. We're trying to break the algorithm, to get out of some of the shadow ban, to reach people around the world like we are right now. People in Canada, the United Kingdom, people in India, Peru, and about 100 countries around the world that watch this program. We want to reach more people to let your voices be heard, no matter where you come from, and no matter what your point of view is, whether you agree or disagree. Because we believe that individuals are more powerful and more important than governments. Always. Every time. And that's what America's about. I do want to ask, and I know I asked the question, does the audience, does everyone in chat think that we're seeing Europe become more conservative? And if they are, is that going to lead to the United States becoming more conservative? I asked that of John as well. And it seems like the consensus has been not really. Dow mentions it's a move in the direction towards populism, and it would spell doom for the woke culture globally, and it would be a rebirth of tradition and culture. But even though they're doing that, they're not necessarily becoming conservative. And I would say that's a pretty good take on it. Short term, we're seeing a little pushback, but I don't know that that pushback would actually stop this movement. And I think, especially with places like China that want us to become more woke. They want us to have a smaller military. They want us to be fighting amongst each other because it makes it easier for them to achieve their goals. And when I say we're becoming weaker as a nation, that's a fact. We know that the Army is missing their targets for recruitment. There are less young people today that are willing to stand up for America and to be part of our military. That's a big deal because that's one of the cornerstones of what makes us a global leader. And if we have less people in the military, and the people that we are getting into military think that they should be more warm and fuzzy, they're more concerned about the pronouns that you use for them. They're more concerned about their two moms, their two dads, their two toasters. They're more worried about that. And they think it's just a job. There's going to be a wake-up call about that. And I think people are going to be very terrified when they see it. So I think that even though we'll see a movement overseas more towards a conservative government, I see the United States fighting that a lot. And in the UK, and we're going to see a lot more people like Liz Truss, individuals that in the United States we would call them rhinos, individuals that they want to sound like they're a Republican, that they're conservative, but they're actually doing a whole lot of virtue signaling instead because they're only concerned about being elected and having power. And that's what we're seeing out of Liz Truss right now. That's what I think's happening with that. Little Dipper says, if populism continues to be suppressed and demonized, a far-right movement will rise up because it was forced to. And that's scary because they will be more extreme than would normally occur. So I don't disagree with you, Little Dipper. I just think that we are pushing by demonizing people for their political beliefs, for their ideology, for not obeying blindly and asking questions. We're pushing, those progressives are pushing people further and further to the extreme that wouldn't necessarily be there. And that's at the same time that we're watching the progressives They are leaping off a cliff of the left. They are going as far left as they possibly can, even for people. And when I say people are going to the extreme, I want to be very clear. It's not that conservatives are becoming more conservative. It's that they're standing in place. The ideals haven't changed. They haven't. When you look at conservatives over the years, what are some of the big principles? Okay, a lot of conservatives are religious. That hasn't changed. A lot of conservatives are pro-life. That hasn't changed. They believe in small government, less spending, government spending. They believe in a strong military. That hasn't changed. For decades, that hasn't changed. But the left has become more progressive. They have become more extreme. I mean, that's where we're getting the whole 62 genders. You can be a transhuman toaster. I make a joke of that. I think little of it, but it's true. And we're trying to convince younger and younger kids that that's what they should be doing. We have the MAPS, which used to be called pedophiles, which used to be something everyone universally was against. Now they're part of the LGBTQAI+. The left is going further left. Everything's okay. As long as you obey. They will let you do almost anything as long as you obey. Because this is their way of buying off the votes. You want to be a pedophile? Fantastic. As long as you vote Democrat, you're a protected group. They call you MAPS now. Oh, you don't want to work? No problem. They will pay you to not go to work. They will pay for your college debt because you decided that you wanted to be an expert at lesbian dance theory. You have a doctorate in lesbian dance theory or African studies or feminism. Fantastic. Has absolutely no practical use at all. None. And yet, hey, we need more people in African studies, lesbian studies, feminism. We need more of that. Why? There's no practical use for any of it. We need carpenters, we need electricians and metal workers. We need people who can build our infrastructure. We don't need more African studies. Not saying not to have any, but we don't need more of it. Because all you're going to do with that is you're going to go and try and become a teacher at another university to teach even more kids about this useless degree that they cannot apply to any other aspect of their life. And those kids are going to go out into a workplace and go, hey, I've got a master's degree in feminine theory. Fantastic. Totally useless for every job that exists. You get minimum wage, but that won't pay for my college debt. Not my problem. You have a useless degree. And yet somehow we're being told, no, but that's a good thing. Why? Why are we encouraging that? As a nation, we should be encouraging the next generation to be all the way out there getting jobs as electricians and carpenters, plumbers and machinists. We need that desperately. Desperately, we need it. Instead, we're telling them, oh, go ahead and get African studies and feminist theory, and you'll have absolutely no applicable use in the workplace. And we'll pay you $50,000 for it. Why? Jan mentions that there is a huge division in the QIA plus community now. Even those on the left are leaving. We have gone back to calling ourselves LGB community. Honestly, that's a good thing. Jan, I want to make sure it's clear because I know a lot of people who are gay, bisexual, whatever, it doesn't matter. All that stuff. I don't care. See, it used to be that we had people who, had similar views of sexuality. Fantastic. But it wasn't political. I mean, other than don't discriminate, there was no politics in it. And now we have politics in it, where we're trying to convince people that you must accept that you must be that you must do this. And I think that's where it went wrong. So if the LGBT community is shrinking, that's a good thing. Because I think they're going to get back to the core value of treat me like a human being. Every single trans person that I have known for a long time, over a decade, long before it ever became a talking point. Everyone in the trans community I know, every single one of them just wanted to be a person. They just wanted to live. And they just wanted to be treated just like everyone else. Cool. And they did. And it was good. Now it's a political ideology. That's not good. That's where the problem, that's the line being crossed, and that's the problem. Yes, Jen, and that's because when you become political, you get used. Look at the black community. Look at the Hispanic community. Look at women. They are used on a regular basis. I have nothing, you need proof of that. John Fetterwoman. Yeah. Pennsylvania. John Fetterman decided that he needs to be called John Fetterwoman from now on because of women's rights. How is that helping any woman? He's usurping womanhood. Women aren't women anymore. They're just this idea floating out there that everyone can appropriate and everyone can use it for their own advantage at any second, at any time. We have men who have literally gone into women's spas, fully bearded, having all of their body parts, male body parts, walk into an all-woman spa, into a sauna. This happened in LA in 2021. Walked into a woman's spa, into the sauna with all his male junk hanging out and said, I'm a woman, you can't kick me out of here. That ain't right. Yes, what is a woman? Well, according to the dictionary, user has been banned asked, what is a woman? According to the dictionary, they just changed the definition to the opposite of a man. If you look up what is a man, then the answer now is the opposite of a woman. Is that circular logic? Well, when I went to college, yes, it was. That's circular logic, which is a fallacy. It's not logical. It's not a definition. But you have to believe that to be able to believe what the left is telling you. Because it's the only way it makes sense. You have to be illogical. You have to believe the fallacies. Rather than just accepting people for what they are and saying, great, I won't discriminate against you. You're a human being. I don't have to be you. You don't have to be me. I don't need to give you special privileges. I just need to give you human privileges like everyone else. Yes, Jan, there's the guy who wanted to have his balls waxed because he's a woman. It's crazy. Jan mentions that these are not the reasons why the LGBT, the gay community, the bisexual community, what they fought for. You know, now everyone is shoving it down there. There's this LGBTQ, everything must be pro and absolutely correct. It's being shoved down people's throats. And if most gay, lesbian, whatever people knew this was going to happen, they would have never fought for this because this isn't in their best interest. And I think that's realistic. It's the same thing as when people say, you're black, so you can't be racist. That's a lie. That's a lie. And it's only being said because of politics. So it could be used against you. And I love it because I love when I see those progressives like, well, they're white, so they're evil and, they're racist. And blacks can't be racist. And you have to believe all blacks. I'm like, so believe me. I'm telling you, I'm black Hispanic. You got to, if anything, believe me twice. I'm two different minorities. I'm a black Hispanic, so you have to believe me According to the logic of the left, they have to believe everything I say, and nothing I can say can be considered racist whatsoever. Always. And they can't argue with me because I'm black. So they can't argue with me. And their response is, well, no, but you're not black because you're a Republican. Wait a minute. You're the same people who say I can be anything I want to be. Sean King is black because he says he's black. And you can't tell Sean King he's not black. And you can't mention that Sean King is not black by birth. You can't say that because he says he's black. But you can tell, but those same people will tell me that I'm not black because they don't like my politics. Does that make any sense? This is the illogic we have to get past, folks. Because it's that kind of illogic that feeds into people like in North Dakota, where they say, you're Republican. Republicans aren't human beings. They're just evil. They're extremists. And that's why it's okay to kill them. That's what that guy in North Dakota admitted to. That's what he admitted to. Because the kid, 18, was a Republican, that instantly made him an evil extremist, and it's okay to kill him because that's not human. We can't go down this line. And the major news media must address this. We really do. We must address this as a nation. Because if we do not address this, it will get worse. So much worse. By the way, did anyone see any update on the news on Xi, President Xi of China? I didn't notice any change. Rumors are still out there. I honestly, and I said it in the comments before, I don't see him getting replaced with a coup because he's already a hardline communist. So I don't see that changing. And I don't think it's because of his work with Russia, which China doesn't like Russia, but they're only working with them to destroy America. So it's not like they have any kind of real cooperation. So I don't see that being a reason to take him out. I could be wrong. Yes, user has been banned says that Sean King is such a joke with his $40,000 dog that he returned because he couldn't keep up with it because it has more energy than he does. Well, Sean King doesn't need energy. He sits on a couch collecting money because he says, I'm black and he's BLM. And people throw money at him. By the way, if you want to throw money at someone for being black, here I am. I'll be happy to take the donation. If you want to donate to me because I'm black, here it is. If you feel bad, and someone, clip this out, send it around. If you feel guilty for being white and you want to make appeasement, reparation, you want to make the world great, give me your stuff. Send me your money. I'm happy to take your money to absolve you of your white guilt. If you have guilt about having privilege as being white, send it to this black Hispanic, double my minority, send it to me. I will be happy to take your money. Because obviously, if you believe you have white privilege, if you have white guilt, and you feel bad because you have succeeded, I am a poor black man, send me your money. I will be happy to take it. You give it to Sean King, you gave it to Patrice Cullors, and she bought a bunch of mansions. Send some to me. You don't have to send me as much as you gave to Sean King. You don't have to give me as much as you gave to BLM. You may not have much left anymore after all you've given them. Give me some of that. I'll be happy. I will make it work. I will pay off my house. Please let me pay off my house and my bills. I will be happy. Send me the money. And if you say, well, Mike, I can't send you the money because you're not black, then you don't believe in the white guilt bullshit that you've been talking about. I mean, if we're going to lay it out on the line. If those people who have all this white guilt and all this white privilege say that they don't want to give the money to this black man because they don't recognize me as being black because of my politics, screw you. I'm still black. And if you don't want to send me the money, but you want to send it to a white guy like Sean King, you are out of your mind. Mind you, I don't think any of us should get the money just because of the color of our skin. I think it's stupid. But I'll accept it. I'm not crazy. If that's a reason you want to give me your money, I'll take it. Okay, so I just got an update from Dal, who says the latest news from the Hindustan Times, which I do read, says that he is being quarantined because of the zero corona policy, which makes sense. Okay. I didn't know if there was a change there. All right, folks. So, oh, wow. We've been at this for 4 hours and 20 minutes. I'm so happy to see so many people with us and have dropped in and out and been paying attention. You guys are great. But I've been on for about 4 hours, 4.5 hours. So I want to go 10 minutes. 10 minutes. And then we're going to end the show. Before I get there, I want to, bear with me a second. I want to show you that. This has been updated. I know you've heard it before. What difference does it? You make the difference. When you watch, chat, tweets, your likes and shares and your subscription, you make the difference. From across the world, you help us to keep the lights on and the stream alive. You are making the difference to fight the woke and the crazy legislation that we see before. We at No Soundbites Allowed. And I want to thank you for everything that you do in helping us reach our goal, and your likes, your tweets, your comments, and your subscriptions to the channel. We want to thank you from the bottom of our heart. And this is a special thank you to those who have donated to the channel and helped us in all of our efforts. We will strive to make this channel the best that we possibly can, because you deserve no less. Thank you. Well, folks, if you haven't noticed before, that list is growing. And I appreciate every single person on that list, everything that they've done to support us, to donate, as well as I appreciate every single person who subscribes and gets us closer to the 1,000 mark, gets us closer to our goal for the year of 1,234, 1234. We appreciate all of that. Don Lemon has no idea what he's talking about when it comes to reparations, when he is asking the United Kingdom for reparations for the United States or any other country. He has no idea what he's talking about. He is applying American politics to the UK, and I'm so happy that he got embarrassed because he doesn't know what he's talking about. And he doesn't expect anyone to question him. He's used to that. He's used to being insulated so that all he hears is his echo, and all the voices say the same thing to him, so he thought he could get away with it. He got embarrassed. And that was good, because the world needed to see that. And this is why he's been demoted to the morning show, because CNN, in trying to recapture their credibility, which I don't think they will ever get, said, hey, they got rid of Brian Stelter because he was an idiot, and they demoted Don Lemon because he's a racist. I think it's a good direction for them. Still don't think they're ever going to get the credibility back, though. Don Lemon he's not a troll. He's a useful idiot. Don Lemon is a parrot. Don Lemon is a parrot. All he talks about is the talking points that he is told to push the political agenda of elites in Congress and in our government. That's all he's there for. He is there so that he can say, here is the black view of everything. No, he's saying the progressive view of everything. And just like what we saw in Minneapolis, the white and black progressives think they're trying to help people as they make their lives worse. It's kind of like with the minimum wage. If you remember our show we did last week, and I've talked about it a couple times, the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, has again, 3 times in a row, they have looked at minimum wage at $15 an hour. And every single time that they look at this, they come up with the same answer. You will create more unemployment than there are people who actually get minimum wage. Every single time. It's a reality. You're going to hurt more people than you're going to help. Every single time. CBO is also determined, if you move the minimum wage to $15 an hour, that you're going to have less people working full time. More people work part time. Just a fact. Part of that's because the businesses can't afford it. Part of it is because those individuals who are getting government aid will do the math and realize that they have to work part time so they can get money from the government, because otherwise they'll make too much money and they lose their food stamps and all the other government aid. So it actually hurts more people. It increases the cost of goods. And so poor people pay more and they can't afford it. Again, this is what Don Lemon and his ilk put out there. They say things that if you don't think about it, it sounds great. But when you think about it, it goes, well, that doesn't make any sense. If you actually listen to Michael Moore, as we went through earlier in the show, if you looked at us listening to him, what he said made no sense because the facts don't line up with anything about what he's saying. He is selling a pipe dream. It is part of the echo chamber of the progressive left. And that's why they have no connection to reality. It's why Chuck Schumer has no idea what's happening in the real world. Nancy Pelosi, AOC, they live in $15,000 a month apartments. They live in houses with gates and security. They have no connection to you. Joe Biden wouldn't know what a middle-class worker is unless they were standing next to him for a photo op, and he was told that. He has no idea because they're not connected. Joe Biden hasn't been a middle-class guy in 55 years, longer than I've been alive. No, there's a lot of our news media that is, user has been banned, says that CNN was likely always a state media, unofficially. It's kind of hard to say what isn't. I mean, we know that in December of 2021 and January of 2022, that the White House under Joe Biden was working with social media companies to get positive news. And they were talking to the major news media about getting positive news spin about what was happening with the Ukraine and the international efforts of Joe Biden. And we know that more than once we've seen Facebook has gone out and done the bidding of the FBI, censoring news that you're going to get. Mark Zuckerberg admitted it. We've seen for years, since 2018 at least, that I've been covering it, where every year, all the major social media companies and the news media companies go before Congress and admit that they are censoring and they are suppressing people because of their political ideology. These aren't new things, folks. But that's why this channel exists. Because I do remember the things that happened in the past. I do remember more than 3 months into the past. I do know how we got here. And I am happy to show you video after video and live stream after live stream. I will show you how we got here and what that means for our future and how these things are affecting all of us around the world. And I hope that I'm doing it effectively, and I think I am, And that's why we're getting more and more people who are subscribing, who are showing up on the live streams, who are making phone calls and typing in comments. And by the way, hot chicks, hi, hot chicks. I saw you. I know that you're all coming back because we are making sense and because we are showing you that there is evidence of the problems and where that evidence leads us, where the problem started. And that helps us figure out how to fix it. I don't go back in time just because, oh, here's a neat quote, propaganda. I'm not a parrot like Don Lemon. I'm showing you the consequences because our politicians aren't thinking about consequences. They're thinking about the next election. They're just trying to get through to the next election. And you cannot run a government, a nation, or increase the global stability by trying to get election to election. You can't do anything effective that way. You've got to look a little bit further out and you've got to understand the consequences of what you're doing. And that's why in this election in 2022 and in 2024, think about who you're voting for. Do you want to vote for another Chris Jacobs who's going to turn out to be a rhino who wants to take away your rights? You can if you want to. Do you want to vote for an appointed governor, Kathy Hochul, who still has emergency powers and has no end in sight of when she's going to give up that power? Do you want to vote for people like this? Do you want to vote for people like AOC, who says, just print the money forever because don't worry, it won't matter. Doesn't matter how much inflation you have. Do you want to vote for progressives like Stephen Colbert, who's like, he doesn't care how much gas costs because he drives an electric car. You're screwed. You don't have a 6-digit salary. He does. Hey, you can vote for these people if you want to. I'm just telling you, understand when the consequences come around and you have to pay double for a pack of saltine crackers when you have 15, maybe 25% of the shelves empty. Don't tell me why is that happening. Don't be upset then, because we're telling you now. But that's what this show's about. To have this conversation with you. And if you disagree, we are always happy to see your comments or to take your calls to tell us why you think it's wrong. Not just to give us another parrot of the talking points, but to give us your reasons. Because we like to hear what you have to say. We believe in free speech. No matter what country you come from, no matter what your government or what the internet overlords think, on this program, especially every Sunday, your voice is what we're here for. So, with that said, and I know I've got a bunch of people all charged up and everyone wants to keep going, but I've been on for 4.5 hours. I'm a little bit tired. I want to thank everyone for joining us every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Please join us. Every Thursday, we're on the Rory Sauter Show. Every Friday at 9 p.m., we are on with the Liberty First Foundation Roundtable, talking about the Constitution and the laws that are affecting us all. Throughout the week, we do many videos, especially the J-Rest Break 1-minute videos that are done by John Rastusha. And we will be back again because we want to hear what you have to say, folks. I thank you. I want you all to be well. And I look forward to talking to you again very, very soon.